Hello, hello, hello. This is your boy Irony Boxing coming through with this my 58th live, our first live of this year, 2026. Yes, yes, yes. This is the year where we are going to meet our goals, whatever those may be. Okay. Um, First and foremost, God bless every single one of you. I hope you're all having a great day, evening, afternoon, whatever the case may be. All right. So, first and foremost, let's start this new year with the Lord's Prayer. Okay. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Thank you, God, for everything. Yes. So, okay, first stream of the year. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Um, why don't I put some survey here? How about that? Put a survey here. What do you want to see more in 2026? Fury versus AJ, Cerdo versus Opetaya. Well, actually, no. Opetaya versus Benavides, Zurdo winner. And how many options can we? Three, four. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got here, shall we? Let's see. Shakur versus Tank. And who's another one that people are gonna be like thinking? Let's see. Junto. We're getting Junto in. You know it, right? So. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let me think. Um, Fury versus AJ, of the tie versus Benavides versus the winner. Shakur versus Tank. What's another fight? Oh, Ennis versus Virgil. Boots versus Virgil. There it is. Okay. If it's another one, put it on the chat. Yeah. If it's another one, put it on the chat. Okay. Let's take a look at the news here. Let's see what we got. Ryan Rosicki, dangerous dark horse of the cruiserweight division. Ryan Rosicki returns March 7 after injury ravaged 2020. Yeah, he has a I think a ruptured bicep, something very serious. You know, um, so hopefully he can stay healthy because that dude is very dangerous. Okay, very dangerous. Oh, okay. Um, let's see. March 7 against. Hang on a second. Where I lost it. Let me put it on the chat here so people can find out. You know, Ryan Rosicki returns. There you go. Let me put the link to the article. I'm gonna read some of it right now, but just so you guys have reference to this. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Cruiserweight contender Ryan Rosicky is finally ready to turn the page to 2026 after a snake-bitten 2025 campaign halted by injuries. Rosicky will face Gerardo Mellado on March 7 in a 10-rounder to headline a Three Lions promotion show at Center 200 in Nova Scotia, Canada. It was announced Wednesday. Okay, the bruiser Rosicky, 20-1 with one draw, 19 KOs. Wow. The ring's number 5 cruiserweight contender was supposed to face then WBC champion Battle Jack in May, but was forced to pull out of the fight after a torn biceps that required surgery. Yeah, torn biceps, that's the one. Rosicky had returned, date set for October against Akani Futsi, but he aggravated the injury and was forced to recover once again. Damn. I will pull it for you, Mr. Rosicky. Get well, get better, recover, and we shall see you soon, okay? All right. That guy, I'm telling everybody, is very dangerous. Okay, very dangerous. Power puncher. All right. Okay. What else we got? Patty Donovan pulls out a Liam Paro, golly, IBF title eliminator fight with illness. Oh boy. Because the rumor has it that Devin Haney wants to fight Louis Croker, right? So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see how the whole thing plays out. Let's see if the article provides clarity here. Patty Donovan has withdrawn from his scheduled fight against Leon Paro January 16 because of illness. No Limit Boxing announced Wednesday. The IBF welterweight title eliminator was supposed to take place in Brisbane, Australia, providing chief support for the fight between Nikita Sue and Michael Sarafa. Good fight, that one. All right. The CEO of No Limit Boxing, Mr. George Rose, says he's working on securing a suitable replacement opponent for Paro. Quote, "It's extremely disappointing to see Donovan's team pull out of a world title eliminator," said Rose. "These opportunities are rare. Liam's preparation and motivation for this fight were next level. That said, our focus now shifts back to Liam Paro chasing the world title, and we won't miss a step in making it happen." I mean, what was it? January 16. God damn. A little over 2 weeks to go. I don't know. Who could fill that role? Let's see the rankings here. One second. Rankings. Let's see. What we got here? Rankings. Official rankings. Okay. 147. Pick up the phone and call Karen Chukatsian, fellas. Don't tell me they probably end up giving it to Conor Ben. Yeah, they'll probably give that to Conor Ben. Let's see, because Raul Curiel is going to fight Alexis Rocha, right? They're going to run it back. So you got Ricardo Salas Rodriguez there, Jack Catterall down, and Rohan Polanco, Delonte Tiger Johnson, and all the rest of them. All right. I mean, I would say Tiger Johnson, why not? But he is sitting right now at number 11 in IBF. Karen Chukatsian is sitting number 5. So pick up the phone and call him, fellas. Call him. He will beat. I believe he beats Liam Paro. How you doing? Just Do Boxing. Happy New Year to you as well, sir. God bless you. It's a pleasure to have you. All the best, my friend. Everybody go and follow Just Do Boxing, okay? Every day, I think it's 5 p.m. Eastern time, right? 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. Eastern time every single day. He covers boxing, news, does interviews, you name it, he does it. That's the guy right there, Just Do Boxing. Everybody follow him, please. Appreciate you, sir. 4 p.m. That's 4 p.m. There you go, fellas. 4 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Oh, it's because of the daylight savings or whatever that sometimes it moves one hour or something like that. But yeah, it's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. fellas. All right. Make sure you give that man a follow. It is worth it, believe me. All right. So we'll see. The CEO of No Limit Boxing is saying that he is looking for a replacement opponent for Liam Paro with a little over 2 weeks to go for the fight. I don't know. Could Karen make that call? I don't know. We'll see. Otherwise, I smell postponement. Excuse me. Oscar Pupilo Collazo, ladies and gentlemen, the top boxer in Puerto Rico as we speak today, in my opinion. Xander is getting there, it's not there yet. Oscar Pupilo Collazo is the guy over at the minimum weight or straw weight, however you want to call it. Okay, it's 105 pounds. Okay, um, let's see. He says this article Oscar Collazo targets climb after entering rings pound for pound rankings. Yes, yes, yes. We need those unifications. We need send in Pedro Taduran and send in Melvin Jerusalem to run it back because if you know, you know, he already fought, beat, and stopped Melvin Jerusalem. Okay? Okay. That's a guy right there. Oscar Pupilo Collazo, fellas. I'm expecting unification in 2026 for Oscar Pupilo Collazo over at 105 pounds. How you doing, Bruce Gas? Boxing, jazz, and more. That's a legend right there. What an honor. Everybody go follow Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more. He does trivias Tuesday nights. He does interview, a lot of great interview. You name it, he does it. You know, great trivias about boxing, about wrestling, and you'll have a lot of blast. You'll have a blast and a great jazz background. You know, he'll do some, I think, Miles Davis or maybe Chet Baker. I'm not sure, but great jazz background sound for great trivia and great times, fellas. Bruce Gasp, and Happy New Year to you, sir. All the best to you in 2026. Okay, appreciate you, sir. Um, It says here there are no days off for Oscar Collazo. The Ring WBA and WBO strawweight title holder has spent the Christmas holidays with his family at Miradero Villalba in Puerto Rico. That's over down south here in Puerto Rico. Although enjoying time in the mountains, relaxing, listening to music, he's remained steely focused on his career, continued to train. Awesome. During that time, he was given further fuel to motivate him. He received news that he'd broken into the Rings pound for pound list and become only the third strawweight on the list since the legendary Ricardo Lopez, that's Finito Lopez, and compatriot Ivan Iron Boy Calderon, both of whom are enshrined in the International Boxing Hall of Fame. Yes, 13-0 with 10 KOs. Let's have that undisputed. Send in Pedro Taduran, send in Melvin Jerusalem. You know, let's do it. Okay. Um, and you will get your undisputed and you will space shuttle over to the top of the pound for pound list. Okay. Um, oh, yeah, here we go. Another WBA elevates Jose Armando El Toro Resendiz to full WBA 168-pound champion. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Following the retirement of former undisputed, Terence Crawford, WBA is elevated interim titleist Resendiz to full champion. Let's see the rankings again. 168. What do we got? Who is it? Iglesias? Who is it? Oh, Beck the Bully. Nah, you gotta be kidding me. No. Listen, Beck the Bully, okay, he can fight, but no. No. Listen, Osleys Iglesias is about to take over that division, fellas. I said it. I put the link here so anybody wants to jump in. We're going to discuss what do you want in 2026 in boxing, wrestling, UFC, you name it. You say it, we talk about it. Okay, here is the link. What do you want to see in 2026? There's the survey right there. What do you want to see more in 2026? Do you want to see more Boots Virgil? Do you want to see Fury AJ? Do you want to see Opetaya versus the winner of Zurdo and Benavides? Do you want to see what's the other? Oh, Shakur and Tank. I mean, what do you want to? Obviously, we want all of them, right? Obviously, we want all of them, but which one do you want to see more? Like, okay, you can only have one of these four. Which one do you say? Which one do you say? Okay. All right, let's keep going with the news. All right, 1 second. Okay, we're back. Let's keep going with the news. Just let me know in the chat if this none of those. Let me know which one is it. Is it Inoue Nakatani? Is it like if there's none of the survey? Let me know which one is. You know, maybe it's Itama versus Fabio Wardley. Maybe it's Itauma versus Usyk. Maybe it's who else can I think about? Let's see. Uh, maybe it's Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia too. Maybe that's the one that you want to see more in 2026. Let me think. Which one? Which one? Uh, I think I don't know. I don't even know right now. Oh, I'll take them all too, Bruce. Trust me. I'll take them all too, for sure. But if you could only have one, which one is? Man, it's hard even for me to answer, huh? Because okay, number one for me is Opetaya versus the winner of Zurdo and Benavides. That's the number one for me. But it's very hard for me not to answer Boots for Virgil, bro. Trust me, very hard. All on one card, eh, man? I love that. I love that. Yeah. Okay, which one would be the main event though? Which one would be the main event? Gotta be, with all due respect to everybody else, main event gotta be Fury versus AJ, right? Like, I mean, listen, they're all main events, right? But I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. I think the main event should be Fury versus AJ, but shit, you can pretty much roll the dice there, and whatever comes up, comes up. Shakur and Tank should be main event. Actually, all of them should. Let's see what else we got. Let's see boxing scene. What boxing scene has? Nonito Donaire files what? Appeal. Okay, let's see what it says here. Nonito, the Filipino Flash Donaire. How about Nonito, huh? How about Nonito Donaire, man? Wow. Okay, it says here, files appeal with all sanctioning bodies, now number one with WBA at 118 pounds. Jesus Christ. Wow. The legend Nonito Donaire woke up to the good news that one of the four major sanctioning bodies responded favorably to his appeal for a top ranking. The legendary former 4 division champion was installed as the number one contender at bantamweight. That's the division that Junto Nakatani just left with the WBA during its recent ratings update on Thursday. The move came just 2 weeks after Donaire, 43-9-1 with 28 KOs, suffered a narrow defeat to reigning titleist Seiya Tsutsumi, who's 13-0-1 with 8 KOs on December 17 in Tokyo. One of the best fights of 2025. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Their grueling 12-round thriller left Tsutsumi the winner with a broken nose that needed surgery. Donaire walked away relatively unscathed and eager to return to the ring. Wow, what a man. What a man. And the title picture to return to and eager to return to the ring and the title picture as soon as possible. Forgive me. Rachel Donaire, Nonito's wife, manager, and trainer, filed an immediate appeal with the WBA, the BC, the IBF, and the BO in search for a top ranking and another title shot, or at least a pathway. Yeah, at least an eliminator or something like that, right? Next year. Okay, so the BA has seen the light. We need the other three to see the light. Okay. Let's see. Wow, Nonito freaking Donaire, fellas. Standing ovation for the man. Standing ovation. Yes. Talk about an old dog with new tricks, huh? Let's see what else we got. That's for you, Nonito Donaire, right here. Let's see. So, okay, let's keep going with the news here. Let's keep going with the news. What else we got? 26 things. Jake Paul dropped from WBA cruiserweight rankings. Yeah. 26 things to hope for in boxing in 2026. Number one, for the survival of Jimmy's corner. For sparring to be regulated. For Gervonta Davis to focus on that should be number one. Gervonta Tank Davis to focus on boxing. Number 4, for serious investing into looking after the fighters. Okay. Number 5, more care for yes, for former boxers. Come on, man. Seriously. Numbers. Oh man. Number 6, for the Ricky Hatton Foundation to really take off. Yes. 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 What else we got? For cheats not to prosper. Yep. Let me put the link to the article. This is an awesome article, fellas. Awesome article right here. There you go. Okay. I keep going. Let's see. For cheats not to prosper. That's number 7. Number 8, for the Professional Boxers Safety Act to remain largely as it is. Okay, so since here, okay, so TKO, it appears, just needs their proposed amendments to rubber stamped, and they are good to rock and roll in 2026. How they want to rock and how they want to roll. Rather than object to the proposals wholeheartedly and insist on what we have already and say the Ali Act shouldn't be changed, let's operate in that gray area in the middle instead of being black and white. We don't need, we don't, why don't they keep things as they are? But at the best of the new proposals, such as improved fighter pay at the lower end and more drug testing, and while we're at it, make all tests and findings transparent. Yeah. Number 9, for Top Rank to land a hefty TVD. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Number 10, for PBC to hit their stride. Yeah, that's basically hand in hand with how Tank goes, right? So, well, and the Charlos and the Bruce says, "How about Jose? Yeah, bro. How about Jose Resendiz being elevated to WBA 168?" I mean, I would rather they do how they did with Abdullah Mason, right? Have him fight for it, you know. Like, I mean, I get it. He's interim or regular, or whatever he was. I think he was interim, right, when he beat Caleb Plant and everything else. But you should win the belt in the ring. Okay, it's not your fault that it's nobody's fault that whoever has the belt retires, like Loma did and like Crawford did, right? In the case of Abdullah and Resendiz, right? It's not exactly. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, another email champ. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, win it in the ring. Nobody can say that Abdullah Mason is an email champ. Why? Because he beat Sam Noakes in the ring. You know, he won it in the ring. Now, whether you think that was a who he should have fought, shouldn't have, whatever, that's a different topic for a different day. But the reality is he won the belt in the ring. Okay, he didn't beat the champion. That's not his fault. The champion retired. Okay, but win the belt in the ring, brother. That's how you do it. LB in the house. Laurie Burton Show. Happy New Year. God bless you, sir, and your family. All the best to you this coming 2026. Thank you so much for pulling up. What are you expecting to see in 2026, LB? Talk to me. Let's see. How many votes? 3 votes. All for Boots and Virgil. Holy shit. Surprise, surprise, right? Surprise, surprise. But we'll wait for some more people to chime in, you know. Um, I'm guessing that was just Do, Bruce, and LB here that voted. Okay, awesome. So yeah, I mean, uh, the yeah, that sucks, bro. It sucks. It's becoming a trend now, right? It's becoming a trend now. Email champion. We need to meet in the middle here. We need to meet in the middle. If the champion cannot fight because he's injured or or have some personal problems or retires or whatever the case may be, right? Um, you know, do a I don't know, strip him or put it in recess, something like that, and then you can. I think Badu Jack went through some of that, right? I think Badu Jack went through some of that, and I think one of the Charlos too, right? Were champion or something like that in recess, something like that. But the point is, don't just give a belt to somebody. I know that you have the interim belt, and that's gotta quote unquote mean something, right? But the you need to win the belt in the ring, bro. That's the bottom line. Bottom line, okay? The champion retires. Okay, it sucks. It goes you against number 2, number 3, number whatever, you know. You against this guy. Win the belt in the ring, bro. That much needs to be done. I don't care who it is. If number 3 can't do it, find number 4. Number 4 can't do it, find number whatever. Win the belt in. Somebody's gonna say yes. It's a title shot, bro. It's a title shot. Somebody's gonna say yes. Somebody's exactly. That's the one. They're Maul. I was thinking about Mel, but it was Maul. Yeah, for 2 years. Yeah, no, that's shit happens. Things happen, personal things, and maybe you get into an accident, or maybe something to do with your health, or whatever the case may be. But the point is, don't just give a belt to somebody. Even if you strip the champion, even if you strip them, win the belt in the ring. That's how it's supposed to be. You know. But I'm not gonna take. Should I take it on risk? I don't think so. No, that's the sanctioning body's fault. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. But yeah, it sucks, man. Because how many times have we seen this already? Raymond Murataya. What's the other guy? I'm not gonna remember now. But we've seen several of those. We've seen several of those. So. Okay, number 10 for PBC to hit their stride. Number 11 for Turkey Al-Ashik to keep playing championship manager with big fights. Number 12 for Boxer with 2X. Oh, that's Ben Shalom. Yeah, to keep their talent and make a serious go of it on BBC. Yeah, that's Ben Whitaker. That's he got a few people there. Ben Shalom does. Who in God's name knows what Chris Eubank's gonna do? I think he should hang out. To be honest with you, what else is there for you? What else is there for you? If you fight Canelo, you're going to the grave, bro. You ain't no match for Canelo, bro. Forget about that. Forget about that. Anybody that knows anything about me knows Canelo and me. I'm not a fan of Canelo, not even a little bit. But reality is reality, bro. If you get in the ring with Canelo, I'm talking to Eubank Senior here. I mean, excuse me, Eubank Junior. Nah, you're probably not gonna live to tell the story, bro. Seriously, I know this is not the Canelo that Amir Khan got, and thank God for that, right? But nah, bro. You can't take a punch, bro. You can't take a punch from a welterweight. Forget about that, man. Nah. You did what you had to do. You fought George Groves, fell short. What are you gonna do? Billy Joe fell short. What are you gonna do? And whatever, bro. It is what it is. Okay. Number 13 for the return of Sky Sports and TNT Sport in the UK. 14, Terence Crawford stay retired. Yep. Yeah, very important, in my opinion. Number 15, fewer freak shows give fewer freak shows given oxygen. While being all for activity, let's not forget what really matters in the sport, which is the top fighters facing one another, or at least equally matched boxers fighting. Mismatches, sideshow attractions, the sport wasn't built on them in the past and shouldn't be built around them now. Yep. Amen to that. Number 16, fighters operating in weight classes more now. Yes, please. Less weight bullying. Come on, man. Fighters operating in weight classes more natural to them. Yes. For Alexander Usyk to retire undefeated, please, bro. I don't even know why he's still fighting, man. I don't even know why. Like to be real with you, I don't know why he's fighting. He's still fighting. No idea. Um, 18 to hear from official. Yes, please. That's not gonna happen. To hear from officials after controversial moments. 19 for Brendan Ingle to get into the International Boxing Hall of Fame. It says here there's not a single British trainer in the International Boxing Hall of Fame. Holy shit. The Sheffield Guru took 5 kids from not having put on a glove before to world titles. Johnny Nelson, Nassim Hamed, Kell Brook, Junior Witter, and Kid Galahad. Yes. All became champions at the Wincobank Gym. Nice. Nice. 20 to get to know more characters, quote, characters in boxing. Yeah. 21 for the balance in boxing media and promoters to be more central. That's not going to happen. 22 for Gary Jonas to get his due. Excuse me, for Gary Jonas to get his due. Okay, banging on the drum for the owner of this website. Okay. 23 for Naoya. Yes, for Naoya Inoue to face Junto Nakatani at the Tokyo Dome. That's gotta happen. Um, 24 for broadcast times to be more audience friendly. Don't bet on it. Don't bet on that one, bro. 25 for Ring Riyadh season to stop attempting to censor the media. I don't know about that, buddy. 26 goodwill to all men and women. Yep, yeah, I like it. Great article. Who wrote this? Did I put it on the chat? Did I? Did I? Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay. Um, who wrote this? Published by Matt Christie and Tris Dixon. Okay. Good work. Anthony Joshua discharged from hospital following tragic crash. God damn, right. Seriously. Just when we start talking about the Fury fight being real, shit starts to happen. Okay. I mean, what else we got here? I don't know. Oh man, Chakram Giyasov team demands purse bid for overdue Rolando Romero title. Listen, man, I'm gonna add one more thing to my list to expect in 2026. Chakram Giyasov getting a title shot, bro. For the love of mankind, man. Can somebody call the Guinness World Book of Records? I think we have the man that. Oh man, I shouldn't even be laughing at this, man. Oh my god. I think Chakram Giyasov is setting a record for longest awaited title shot in boxing history. Probably somebody else beat it to the punch already, but you get the point, right? Like, oh man, this right here I don't rock with. This right here I do not. Listen, Rolly, the Pacquiao fight is not gonna happen. I know you want the money. Who wouldn't? Fight this guy, get even more credibility. You know, you'll be Ryan Garcia. He's never really beaten anybody worth mentioning. Okay, with all due respect to Abejon Fortuna, with all due respect to what's his name, shoot, to Luke Campbell, a couple of other guys. With all due respect to them, Ryan Garcia is not really a name that you can go off of. Yeah, he's very popular, sure, and whatever the case may be, but boxing wise, it's a good win. It's not a bad win, but it's not a name that will be like, oh, okay, let's take you seriously now. Not really, So get you a win over Chakram Giyasov, if you can, and then we can talk about a Devin Haney fight. We can talk maybe about Pacquiao or who else we got there. Haney, Pacquiao. That's right. Barrios is going to fight Ryan Garcia, right? Oh, man. I don't know, man. Let's see what the rankings say. Let's see. Excuse me. 147. Yeah. You beat Chakram Giyasov, who has sit and Chakram Giyasov has been sitting in number one for how long, guys? It's funny at this point. You got Stanionis. What about Conor Benn, bro? Set up a fight between you and Conor Benn. Why not? I know Conor Benn ain't gonna fuck with Devin Haney. I know that. Yeah, get you a win against Chakram Giyasov and send in Conor Benn after that, or the winner of Raul Curiel versus Alexis Rocha. I don't know, bro. Something. 147 sucks right now, man. Stay the hell away from Brian Norman Jr. That much I can tell you, Rolly. I love you, Rolly. Stay the hell away from being on the Storm. I know I was just as disappointed as everybody else was in his performance against Devin Haney, whatever the case may be. But stylistically speaking, Norman is a horrendous matchup for Rolly Romero, in my opinion. A horrendous matchup. Okay. So things I want to see in 2026. Okay, there's the title. I'm gonna start typing stuff. Okay, Oscar Pupilo Collazo getting undisputed at 105. Okay, that's number one for me. Well, not in order. Okay, Chakram Iyasov getting shit, getting his title shot. Fury. I'm gonna put Fury versus AJ just because if it doesn't happen this year, it's not gonna happen. You know, that's why I'm putting Fury versus AJ like ahead of every other fight that I have in the survey, or everybody else. You know, and I'm gonna say it. I am going to say it. I want to see Devin the Dream Haney versus Ryan Garcia too. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'm gonna say it. Okay. Five. Slays Iglesias. Takeover. 168. The rise of Moses Italma. Okay, what else we got? I don't know. That's hold on. Subriel versus Pitbull, baby. That's a fight I want to see in 2026. Who else has chimed in here? Okay, everybody looks for virtual. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Right. No more news, it seems. All right, let's see if I can. I don't know. Let's watch some stuff, shall we? Maybe. I don't know if anybody wanna chime in. Let me know. Maybe nuclear heat for contract. Nah, that's not really heat, fellas. Let's be real here. And I love Gunther, man, but nah. He retired Goldberg and he retired John Cena. Come on, man. Thing is, he's missing a little bit. I think. I don't know, man. I don't know. He has everything to be the top guy, but there's something missing. Even though they're pushing him to the moon, obviously. But whatever. Mercedes Martinez confirms 2026 will be her final year as a full-time wrestler. Who is that? Is that AEW? Okay, AEW. Yeah. Okay. WWE. Let's see. Chad Gable WWE return in sight after shoulder injury. Yes. All right. What else? What else? What else? What else? Okay. I don't know. Anybody got anything else? Any news? You know if anybody got anything else they want to talk about, or well, actually, hang on a second. What the hell am I? Boxing schedule. Yeah, let's see what's coming up. I know Amanda's coming up. I know we got yeah, there it is. In the zone in San Juan, Puerto Rico, Serrano versus Telles. Oh yeah, Yanquil Rivera versus La Bomba Gonzalez. There we go. Moncho Lebron versus who? Juan Tapia. We got Jean Paul Rivera as well. Ooh, that's the kid right there. Yep. Where's Alfredo Cruz? That's the boy right there, Jean Paul Rivera. That's the one that my mom is behind, though. Okay, January 10, Ajit Caballero versus David Miba. We had Jadir Herrera fighting Nunez as well on that card over in Germany. And of course, we have Suriel Matias versus Dalton Smith. Okay, same night, January 10th. Uh, Javier Cintron is fighting as well. That's over in Brooklyn. Okay. When is the. There we go. January 31st. Okay. Madrimov is fighting January 24th in Las Vegas. Khalil Cole versus Jesse Hart. Is that the one? Yeah. Khalil Cole versus Jesse Hart. A bunch of good fights. Murataya versus Cruz. That's the one. Yes. Um, okay. Okay, we got some good boxing coming up, you know. Um, that's for sure. So, um, I don't know. What else you got? Um, Let me think. Let me see if I can get to 10. I don't know. I don't know. Think. Well, I mean, why not? Yeah, the Bevo Baturbia trilogy. Yeah, the trilogy. The Bevo Baturbia trilogy. Number 8. Number 9. Uh, let's see. I would say Boots become champion at 147. Excuse me, 154. Okay. And the 10th one is probably not going to happen, but I'm going to write it anyway. 1 second. Take a look at the rankings. 1 second. Yep. Sandor Martin becoming champion at 140. There you go, fellas. Those are my 10 things for boxing 2026. 10 things that I want in boxing to happen in 2026. Number 1, Oscar Pupilo Collazo getting undisputed at 105. Number 2, Shakran Giasov getting his title shot. Number 3, Fury versus AJ. Number 4, Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia 2. Number 5, Osiris Iglesias taking over 168. Number 6, the rise of Moses Itauma. Number se- number se- excuse me. Number 7, Subriel versus Pitbull. Number 8, the Bevo Beterbiev trilogy. Number 9, Boots becoming champion at 54. And number 10, Sandor Martin becoming champion at 40. All right. Uh, I would put the rise of Jean Paul Rivera as well, perhaps. Yeah, sure, why not? Oster 140, how you doing, sir? Happy New Year and God bless you and your family, sir. Pleasure to have you. Um, Let me know what you want to see in 2026. There are my 10 things that I put, like in general, not like the fights. You can talk about the fights, whatever you want. Um, Let me know. I appreciate that, broski. Oster 140. Everybody follow that guy right here. He does lives almost every day or every day, right? Um, good dude right there, Oster 140. Appreciate you, sir. Um, yeah, I mean, thinking maybe email champion season is on, Oster. Did you hear? Did you hear? Email champion season is it's in full effect. Um, I'm watching the Junto fight.
Anything from the backing up is good.
Yeah, I mean, I wanna see. Okay, let me run that back to you. Let's see. Number one, this is in no particular order, roster. Okay. The 10 things that I most want to see. This is off the top of my head. Okay. Number one, Oscar Pupilo Collazo getting undisputed at 105. Okay. Number two, Shakram Giyasov getting his title shot. Number three, Fury versus AJ. You might disagree with me there. Number four, Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia 2. Number five was Lacey Iglesias taking over 168. Number six, the rise of Moses Itama. Number seven, Subriel versus Pitbull. Number eight, the Bivol Vitervia trilogy. Number nine, Boots becoming champion at 54. And number 10, Sandor Martin becoming champion at 40. Obviously, there's a lot more, right? Do I want to see Abdullah Mason unified? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You got Rataya, who's about to fight Andy Cruz. You got Shakur. And, I mean, who the hell knows what Tank's going to do, right? So, I mean, Abdullah can just get a few title defenses. Let's see. I'm tripping with what? He said you tripped. Here we go. Tripping with what? Go ahead. Go ahead. Put it on the table. Let's see who Abdullah Mason got on the Joe. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Joe Cordina number one. You got Alan Abel Chavez number two. William Cepeda number three. Albert Bell number six. Oh, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. Yeah, but the one he's gonna fight is Joe Cordina because he beat Flores for the eliminator. So. Oh, that's because I mentioned Boots. There we go again with Boots. Here we go again, Oster. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I knew it. I was thinking. I was like, hang on a second, Oster. Oh, Boots. Yeah, I connected the dots now. Let's see what else we got. I don't know what else do we have. Knockout of the year is Norman Sasaki, right? I mean, I don't know, man. I have Obetaya versus David Nika, very close second, bro. But that was an unbelievable knockout, you know. So yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about that.
Really hasn't opened up.
I'm watching the Junto fight now. I'll give it 10, 15 minutes if anybody wanna. What? Oster says AJ and Fury. What is that? Boots, Death? None of that. What a hater. What a hater. Why would you want to? I know it's too late, but I want to see it, bro. I want to see Fury AJ. I mean, they can do the biggest fight of all time, at least for the UK. You know? No fight is bigger than that one, man. They will sell out Wembley in 5 minutes. You know this as well as I do, Oster. So, what do you want to see? Go ahead. Go ahead. Lay it on the line, buddy. Lay it on the line. What do you want to see? Talk to me. You want to see? What do you want to see? Let's see. Do you want to see Devin Haney versus the winner of Teofimo and Shakur? Yeah, that's a good one. No, not anymore. Yeah, you're right, Oster. Nobody really want, not anymore. Yeah, that's true. Not even me. I'm calling for the fight, and I don't really want to see it anymore. I just know that it's now or never. That's the thing. That's. I'll admit that right now, bro. I'll admit that right now. The one that I really want to see is Opetaya versus Benavides. Canelo versus yeah, but that ship is sailed. You know that as well as I do. You know, Canelo versus Benavides, and especially Benavides keep winning. If Benavides would have slipped, getting dropped, getting beat the fuck up, or something like that, maybe Canelo would mess with him. But nah, not now. Especially Benavides went all the way now to cruiserweight, bro. That's 200 pounds. Forget about that. Nah, that ain't happening. That is not happening. Um, I mean, Tank versus Shakur. I don't. Yeah, for sure. I wanna. That one was on my survey. Did you chime in on the survey, Oster? Oh, maybe you're on your mobile phone. Maybe I don't know. But nevertheless, yeah. I mean, the thing is, we gotta see what's up with Tank. How how this whole thing plays out. In the survey, I had, what do you want to see more? And I had Fury AJ, Opetaya versus the winner of Benavides and Zurdo, Shakur versus Tank, and Boots versus Virgil. Which one of those do you want to see the more? Which one of those four? Let me go ahead and say that again. Fury versus AJ. You're not gonna say that one. Okay. Opetaya versus Benavides and Zurdo. Opetaya versus the winner of Benavides and Zurdo, or Shakur versus Tank, or Boots versus Virgil. Which one do you want to see more out of those four? Or maybe it's another one. What's the real question, Oscar, is which is the fight that you most want to see? Like if the boxing god appears to you and he says you can only have one, what do you say? What do you say? There we go. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, I'm listen, that's the obvious choice. That's the obvious choice, and that's my choice as well. I'm just saying Fury versus AJ because it's literally now or never, bro. Like it's literally now or never. That's the only reason why I would say Fury versus AJ. And it's hard for me not to say the Opetaya fight because that's my guy right there. But in reality, bro, the fight in boxing right now, well, aside from Tank and Shakur, is Boots and Virgil. That's the fight in boxing right now. Whether we like it or not, that's the truth. You know, that's the biggest fight in boxing right now. Well, in Japan, it's Junto and Naoya Inoue, but at least in the Western Hemisphere, without a shadow of a doubt, it's Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz, bro. There's not a shadow of a doubt on that one. But if anybody disagree, chime in. Which one is the fight that you more want to see in 2026? The one fight that if you only had one, this is the one that I want. Which one? Because we can do 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, whatever. We can do that for sure. But if you can only have one, which one is it? That's a good question. That's a good question. You know. Um, but what else we got? Let's see. Let me put up the link again just in case somebody wants to come up. A second. Okay, here we go. Well, yeah, I got like how long do I have? I got like 1 more hour. If anybody wanna, I got some time today. Yeah, why not? You want some of the June to fight again? Yeah.
Can Sebastian Hernandez spoil what would be the biggest party in the history of Japanese combat sports? Round one. Nakatani making his debut here at 122. He comes out firing with that left hand, very similar Darren, to the approach as it's done with such education and thought behind that work. Look at the base, look at the balance. Very, very rarely does he fall out of that shape. Is he off balance? And it generates so much power from that solid footwork that he has.
Yeah, uppercut breaking through the guard of Hernandez already early, popping his head back the opening 30 seconds. And this is what's scary about the Nakatani offense. For as long and lanky as he is, he also works so well coming underneath as well.
The way he just sort of arcs that body to the left-hand side, just keeping himself out of danger. It's down to Hernandez here. We're just taking a feel of the glove, trying to feel that power, trying to, sense what it's like, feel what it's like being in there with a powerful pound start. Don't expect too much from the Mexican early, trying to creep forward, but I feel this pressure will suit Nakatani.
Mike Hernandez told us that the key for him tactically and technically in this fight is to cut off Nakatani's escape routes as often as possible.
Yeah, I think Sebastian Hernandez wants to be punchy where he thinks Nakatani is going rather than where he's standing. And that's not easy against a guy like Nakatani, who's so light on his feet and has all the angles.
Looking to get
Let me know what are you expecting for 2026. Anybody? I'll give it another 10, 15 minutes in case anybody wants to talk. Otherwise, we'll call it a day and we'll bring you the new year.
Phase, there's that experience showing, just biding his time. He knows that Hernandez is going to be there, doesn't he? He's going looking for him.
This is the year.
Never reckless
this
with
is
his
your
work.
year.
Always thoughtful.
Say it.
Left hand right down the middle again there from Nakatani, who maybe even lighter on his feet these days. Darren, not to get too inside baseball here, but he switched shoes in his last fight. He said that his feet were becoming a little bit more sensitive, now has a new model of boot, and he seems to be moving even more smoothly than before.
When you think you've heard it all with boxing. But yeah, he moves so well. Look at that little skip to the right. Subtle movements, but they're so effective. Throwing the step to the left-hand side also. Maybe a case of Hernandez. He'll try and absolutely do his best to build into this contest. Oh, walks onto a nice left uppercut though from Nakatani.
Sneaky uppercut there from Big Bang Junto Nakatani, who is looking extremely comfortable and extremely dangerous here in the opening round as he lands one final left hand. Back live here in Riyadh as we take a look in the Nakatani corner with his head trainer Rudy Hernandez.
See if I can show you guys something.
Such a special relationship that Hernandez and Nakatani have. You know, Hernandez essentially taking a Japanese teenager under his wing, training him in Los Angeles, and that, Darren, I think is what makes Nakatani such a fascinating kind of fusion of styles. You know, the combination of that Japanese precision, and not to generalize too much, and then aspects of the Mexican style that Rudy Hernandez has brought to his game.
That's fantastic. He's so well-rounded, isn't he? He can do a bit of everything. We see at the end of that first round, sliding a lovely uppercut through the guard.
Okay,
let's
do
he had no
this.
right to be able to,
this.
very Mexican in that approach, the way he slid the shots through, and then this patient approach.
Let's start showing some stuff, some clips.
Just trying to draw out that lead of
Master, do you still have the pro wrestling derangement syndrome? Let me know if you're still there. If you still have the pro wrestling derangement syndrome.
Lazy shot like that. A little bit feeling the weight as well. Trying to feel what it's like being in this.
Yeah. Do you still have the pro wrestling derangement syndrome, Master? Do you still have that one? I know the answer. I just want to hear you say it. All right, let me share my let me share my screen here. You know I'm not letting that go ever, right? Just saying. No. I love it. I love it. Oh man, Oster crashed me up every time. Okay. Okay, where is the? Okay, there we go. Okay, no copyright infringement. This is educational purposes only, and all the rest of that stuff, right? Okay, look at the banner. Okay, I'm not monetized or anything. Okay, so I'm just gonna start showing some stuff here. Okay, this is this is pro wrestling. Undertaker talking about who should get their farewell tour. Then I'm gonna show some boxing, Oster. Don't run away. Don't run away just yet. Okay.
I need to let you go, Taker. So
Hang on a second. Is the audio working fine or no? Okay.
I need to let you go, Taker. So
Okay, yeah, it's working fine. Awesome. Okay.
I'm okay if you just name some names. You don't have to elaborate, but could you give me 3 superstars you think deserve the sort of
Who are the? Oh shit! There are the names right there. God damn it! I was gonna ask Oster. Who are those 3?
farewell
He's just gonna read the titles and tell me.
tour that John Cena's getting?
Okay, who's this guy? Who's the guy in the middle, Oster? Who's the guy in the middle? Who's that guy? He's
right now,
knows.
or 1 or 2, whatever comes to mind.
That are on the current roster?
Yeah.
Or,
who probably are going to wrap up in the next 5 years or so, I guess.
Wow. I would say Punk would probably be one of those. I don't know how long Heyman plans on hanging around, but I mean, I think he has done enough for enough talent that I think he should be in there. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who else is out there that may be retiring anytime soon.
Randy, maybe?
Maybe. Well, yeah, if Randy wraps it up, I mean, Randy, yeah, definitely deserves that. I mean, he's had a pretty storied career, and I'd like to see guys like that. Yeah, you definitely want to see them get their flowers and say their goodbyes.
Randy Orton, without a shadow of a doubt, deserves his farewell tour. I don't know what the hell they're doing with him, man. Seriously. He deserves better. Let's see what's the gossip. Yeah, bro, seriously. Like, god damn. Anthony Joshua involved in a car crash in Nigeria. Jesus Christ, man.
Quick video this morning on the AJ crash. AJ, you've got a guardian angel, my friend. God had his arms wrapped around you then. Condolences to the deceased. So terrible, young people. It just goes to show you, it's a stark reminder, but people, you've got to start paying attention. When driving a vehicle, you've got to be on clock at all times in a sound mind. Please don't drink. When you think it's all right, it's not. Please don't drug. When you think you can, you can't. It's a stark reminder that life's most fragile when you're enjoying yourself at the most. You know, when you're in a good time and you're not thinking and everything's dandy, that's when tragedy can strike.
Yeah.
That's when you're most vulnerable. So,
yeah.
May God give the deceased a good bed in heaven, 2 young men. But people have to wake up and start learning and start putting it out there to people that you can't drive a vehicle at speed. You can't drink and drive. You can't drug and drive. I'm not saying any of these boys have been doing that. Not at all. I'm just putting it out there, you know, because it's the time of year. It's Christmas. It's New Year. Now you've got to be careful the most, you know, especially with people walking about. Other people, you know, when you get in the car, you must think of them. Be in a sound mind and competent. Pay due care and attention to everything you do. Again, condolences to the deceased's family. 2 young men should never have happened. AJ, God had his arms wrapped around you tight, you know, because looking at that crash, you're one lucky guy. And I'm pleased you're alive, son. I'm pleased you're alive. God bless you. People, take care and have an happy new year if you can.
This is John Fury, fellas. This is the real John Fury. Props to you, brother. Serious John Fury is 100 million times the entertainer than the goofy, headbutting people. Taking his shirt off, John Fury is. see what else. Keyshawn Davis when retires. Oh, Jermaine Ortiz. Okay. Okay. Let me see this guy. What? Hold on. Questions? Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Oscar, how you doing, brother? God bless you. El Carnal from Mexico. Happy New Year to you and your family. God bless you. Yo, yeah, that's happening, right? Junto and there's my boy right there, Oscar Perez, my brother. God bless you, bro. Yeah, Junto versus Naoya is a done deal, isn't it? Because, yeah, I know Junto didn't exactly, clean Hernandez, but yeah, it is happening for sure, and we do need it. If it ain't happening, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Um, let's see what Eddie Hearn said about Crawford.
I don't think he's Mount Rushmore, but I think the reason that I don't is because I don't think his resume is strong enough. Now, ability-wise, I think he may be on the Mount Rushmore. Yeah. But I just feel like if you look at his wins, I always joke with him and say, tell me your best wins. This is pre-Canelo, right? And he says, my best win is Ricky Burns, right? It's my fighter, great fighter. But Ricky wasn't a pound-for-pound great. I mean, he was one of the greatest Scottish fighters of all time. He's a 3-division world champion. But at the same time, like, I think that because of Terrence's ability, he missed out on a lot of those big names. He beat Spence. Spence was at the back end of his career. He beat
Not true.
Canelo. Dare I say, Canelo's at the back end of his career. They're amazing.
That's true.
Wins, and he beat everyone that was put in front of him. And I think he could have beaten so many more fighters, but his stardom come at the back end of his career. But ability-wise, one of the greatest of all times. Resume-wise, not one of the greatest of all times.
It's interesting what he says because I agree, yes or no, yes and no. Okay, I agree, yes and no. Because, okay, let's talk about this, shall we? Let's talk about this. There's Oster right there. Eddie Hearn is BS. Everybody is at the back end bullshit. Well, I'm the biggest Terence Crawford fan ever, probably. But what he said was, ability-wise, yes. I think any Stevie Wonder can see that, right? Ability-wise, he is up there, way, way up there, without a shadow of a doubt. Resume-wise, okay, he said his best wins was Ricky Burns. Ricky Burns wasn't a pound for pound. Okay. But he won that fight in Scotland. Like, he went all the way over there, and he beat Ricky Burns, right? By decision. It wasn't like he stopped him. He made it undeniable, right? He went to the other guy's backyard, and he beat him. Now, you may not remember who Ricky Burns is. Back in the day, there was a lot of hype between him and Adrian Broner. They were going to fight, and then they didn't, whatever. He is one of the greatest Scottish fighters of all time. I got Josh Taylor and Ken Buchanan just off the top of my head ahead of him. But, yeah, he's up there in the mix for greatest Scottish fighter of all time. That's no small thing. The Yuriorkis Gamboa fight, to me, is one of his biggest wins. Because if you know, you know. Like, it's easy to see Gamboa now, or when he fought Tank, or when he fought Pitbull, and all the rest of them. Now, back then, Yuriorkis Gamboa was a terror, fellas. I remember, fellas, Yuriorkis Gamboa was the next big thing, fellas. Literally. He was murking people. He was murking Roger Santawa. Rumor has it Juanma Lopez dodged him, and for good reason. But I never liked Juanma Lopez, but nevertheless. Okay, Sean Porter. Okay. Was that the Sean Porter that Errol Spence got, or that Keith Thurman got? Maybe not, but he was impressive, and he was that fight was neck and neck pretty much. It wasn't like it was a landslide or anything. I think that was the famous fight where Crawford asked somebody in the middle of a corner if he was ahead, and they told him no, and and he went over there and just handled his business. I think that was the fight. Yeah, the Sean Porter fight. Okay. Errol Spence, no, he wasn't on the back end of his career, Eddie. No, he wasn't. I mean, nobody was saying anything before that fight. Listen, I rarely in my life seen a build-up so split as far as picking winners, as far as Errol Spence and Terence Crawford. Like, people would literally split down the middle. Okay? Now, it's easy because he made it look so easy after round two. After round one. It's easy to say, well, that wasn't Errol Spence. Well, the accident, well, this, well, that. Okay, bro, it is what it is. Like, what are we doing here then? You know, that's an unbelievable win on an undefeated guy who was space shuttled to the pound for pound list. Because whoever won, that was the fight in boxing that year, fellas. Okay, so nah, I'm not trying to hear that shit. And Canelo, yeah, he was on the back end of his career, but Crawford never fought it that way before. So it's kind of at least I felt that balanced the whole thing. The fact that Crawford's a little bit older, but obviously Canelo got 20 plus more fights than Crawford. Okay, that's true. But it balances with the amount of weight that Crawford needed to put in for that fight. Now, I understand people are saying, well, he walks around because of that Bomac interview in the barbershop. You know, he should have been a 160. Yeah, sure. But at the end of the day, you're not used to taking shots from people that big. Canelo is, you know. So I don't know. I mean, and obviously we need to remember that he couldn't get to Manny Pacquiao because Manny Pacquiao got quote unquote beat by Jeff Horn, right? Um, so that was a stinker. What else? Amir Khan and Kell Brook, yeah, they were the tail end of their careers. Okay. Mean Machine, that's a good win. Okay. Egidius Kavaliauskas, that's a good win too. So, see what I mean when I say I agree, yes and no. Yes and no, because I agree with what he said about the ability. Okay. On the resume, I don't, but I see where he's coming from. I see where he's coming from. Now, do we do the same thing with Roy Jones Jr.? Because outside of a young James Toney, who did he beat that was elite? Montel Griffin, not elite in my opinion. Pretty good, not elite. Virgil Hill, maybe. Who else? He's 1-1 against B Hop. He's 1-2 against Antonio Tarver. He lost against Glenn Johnson. He lost against Joe Calzaghe. He lost against the John Ruiz win. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying it now. Bro, believe me, prime Roy Jones Jr. If Mike Tyson doesn't exist, Roy Jones Jr. has the best prime of all time in boxing, in my opinion. Okay. Oster says all bullshit because if Canelo would have won, people would be talking crazy. Yes, exactly, Oster. Exactly. He ain't that good. He never beat nobody. Blah 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 blah. The same old mumbo jumbo. Gotta discredit Crawford, bro. Have to. It's whenever you see greatness at that level, for whatever reason, bro, you gotta put it down, man. They hate us because they ain't us, you know? Type shit, but whatever. Okay. Where was I? Okay, yeah. Fight Hub. Maybe I should go to Fight Hype, see what they have. Oh, Naoya Inoue has fought on. Let's see. Japan, obviously, USA, a couple of times, and now Saudi Arabia. Kudos to Naoya Inoue, man. Seriously. Okay, let's see what Fight Hype has to say. got here? Oh, that's right, Anderson's. Not much, not much, not much to go around here. So, let me know, guys, if you want to jump in, if you got time. If no, that's perfectly fine. Another day we link up, we see each other all the time. Being a little in a hiatus, I'm gonna be focusing on a couple of things now, so I'm gonna make sure that I'm intelligent with my time and everything. Make sure everything I want to do in a day gets done and all the rest of it. So. Let me know if anybody got anything else. Let me know. Let me know. Certainly appreciate everybody that has chimed in. Mr. Just Do Boxing, right here. Okay. Mr. Bruce Gas Boxing Jazz and more, right here. Oster's in the studio. What's up, brother? Can you hear me, bro?
You can hear me?
Yes. Now I can hear you, champ. What's up?
What's good with you?
I'm good, brother. Awesome. How you doing?
All right. That was bullshit what you was talking about just now with
Eddie Hearn?
yeah, Eddie Hearn's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a piece of to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean he's a boxing promoter, so he is who he is, and he grew
Mm-hmm.
up in the business too. Like he his father, Barry Hearn, was the one that literally created, the empire, quote unquote. So he, he knows his way around the game. Let's just put it that way. But what is it only like? Do you think he's more of a piece of shit like than like others, or how do you assess Eddie Hearn?
Yeah, like what he just said about
But
what he just said about about Crawford. The way he just said they always try to describe what Crawford is in a way like but the career it could have been this way but it was that way. He could have did this but they did that instead and the fights and this and that and I'm like oh that's a bunch of bullshit because at the time when you fighting if nobody want to fight you nobody can fight you can't talk that shit later on about he should have fought you can't fight who don't want to fight you so y'all got it why you're talking stupid
right.
like that's just asinine the way you talk. You ever it seem like, if you don't want to fight him, you should say when Crawford here, he's so great. Like he said, he's so great, nobody want to fight him. So it's hard for him to get fights. That's the truth.
Yeah, he's too good for his own good, bro. At the end of the day, he's too good for his own good, bro. That's the bottom line. And it's because he deserves all the flowers, bro. And the fact that people are nitpicking like this, and I tell people all the time, you don't want to do that shit with me because I'm gonna pick a few legends that you're not gonna like me doing that shit. Because trust me when I tell you, if you're gonna use that logic, you're gonna end up with like 2 or 3 dudes in your Hall of Fame. That's it. Everybody else get the fuck up out of it. Yeah, I mean seriously, look at Roy Jones Jr. Look at Roberto Duran, bro. They don't have a bunch of elite wins in their resume, but you look at the whole thing and they're undeniable, bro. Like people go right to the place where it favors their argument, bro, and leave this whole big picture out of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
They just focus on this one thing because I know I got him here, even though I got you in 20 other places, but you got me in this one area, so okay, that's what you're gonna pile on, bro. Nah, that's not gonna work, bro. On eye test alone, Bud Crawford is way up there in boxing, bro.
Hell yeah. I don't even know how they even debate that.
Yeah, bro. It's cloud chasing, I think, a little bit too. Like, let me say this and generate controversy and piss off a bunch of people, just because. Well, talk to me, bro. What do you want to see in 2026?
What I want to see, I told you.
No, give me everything. All you want to see. Yeah, no, Shakur and Tank, Woods, Virgil, but
Yeah, but
give me like,
to be honest with you, I'm done with boxing. I really don't want to see shit. My man retired. The rest of these motherfuckers is bullshit. I want to see Abdullah Mason come up. I want to see Cruz, Andy Cruz, Keyshawn. I want to see their progress. Shakur, but these motherfuckers is bullshit. I ain't following none of these motherfuckers. They unpredictable, man. They just do too much bullshit. They don't love the game like my man love the game. So I'm not getting behind them like that. I mean, I like them. I like them when they fight. I don't like Shakur when he out the ring because he talks stupid all the time. So I don't like him out the ring at all.
That's true.
Because he's a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? So I really ain't got no say for boxing, to be honest, because I ain't got nobody to talk for. My man retired. The rest of these motherfuckers is bullshit. You know what I mean? The rest of these fighters, I'm sorry, the way they move, none of these motherfuckers is official. None of them is official, man. Like, none of them is like, you know what I mean? At least you had like Sugar Ray, Hagler, Turn. You had a lot of people in the game that Durant. A lot of them was official. Yes. You know, so if Sugar Ray left, you still got Hearns, Hagler, and all of this. You know what I mean? But here, who could you like today? Without an argument.
Okay, so two things, right? First, I wanna address something you said. You mentioned three names, right? You mentioned Abdullah Mason, you mentioned Keyshawn, and who's the other one? Andy Cruz. Okay, which one of those three do you think? How do I frame this question? Okay, Abdullah Mason, Keyshawn Davis, and Andy Cruz. Which one of the three do you think is one, the most talented, and two, the higher ceiling?
I think Keyshawn got the goods to go the furthest. Just based on, I think Abdullah Mason too, but he's still a little too young. But those three people in position right now, Keyshawn got the best chance to me to become like. You know, he got enough experience. He right in the middle. He ain't got too much experience. He got enough to still grow and still keep his head together. And I think Keyshawn got the best chance to be like out of those three.
He's the one that worries me the most outside of the ring. But I also think that he's the more polished of the three, right? Not that he's a full product. I think, like you said, he still can improve for sure. And he should improve. But I think, Abdullah Mason just got here, and awesome. I was very impressed, and I can't wait to see him fight this year. And Andy Cruz, same thing. He's fighting Raymond Muratay and everything, so he's gonna get his come up, or should get his come up late January. But Keyshawn is the one, the more finished product out of the three, and I think I disagree on the second part. I think the higher ceiling is Abdullah Mason. To be honest with you, that's just me. That's just me.
Okay, I say Keyshawn from all of his experience and all that. That's why I got to put him up front of Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason ain't got enough experience right now with me. I mean, he got enough potential, but he ain't got enough experience for me to say something like like that right now. But Keyshawn do have the enough experience that he has right now. Remember, Keyshawn used to be a champion, so. Even though Mason is one now, but right. Keyshawn, he had that belt, and he got a lot of good. He just got that little mix up, But if Keyshawn stayed fighting, Keyshawn is really good.
Yeah, and he got more body of work too. Like, not only he is the more polished out of the three as it is, but I think he's got more body of work because, to be honest with you, Andy Cruz doesn't have like his best win is who? Omar Salcido. All due respect, but come on now. Right, and Abdullah Mason best win is Sam Noakes, and Keyshawn Davis best win is Dennis Berinchik. There's a difference there. Dennis Berinchik, former champion. He beat Navarrete. Like guys that had beaten guys that have belts right now. It's a different type of caliber. So definitely, all three. It might end up being Cruz, bro. Like, all three are great choices. Like, I'm not sure. I just like Abdullah Mason the most out of the three, to be honest with you. And I like Cruz a lot and Keyshawn as well. But Keyshawn worries me outside of the ring. I don't have any concerns
I
about
like Bam little ass too now. I like Bam little ass.
Yes. Yeah, no, that dude he's undeniable, bro. How can you deny him at this point? You know, like 2 straight stoppages against undefeated champions. Come on, brother. It's not his fault that his division is not stacked with, future Hall of Famers. You are who you are, bro. What are you gonna do? But when you're head and shoulders above everyone, bro, there's something to be said about that, man. And certainly is the case. The other thing that you said was, who do you think is official right now? What about Jayo Petaya, man? Because the problem with Jayo Petaya is that he's stuck in the forsaken division of cruiserweight, which might as well be the strawweights of the big divisions. But I would say him. What do you think?
I don't know about that one.
Okay, you're not sure, or you haven't seen a lot of them?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I just think that from the experience, who you just said, Bataya?
Yeah.
I don't know so much about him to
okay,
have a fair say on that.
Let me give you another name then. What about Gary Anton Russell?
Oh yeah, now Russell. If they stop playing with him and let him get right, Russell always was good though. I always like Russell.
Yeah, he's really good. Okay. Okay. I don't think I've heard you about this name that I'm gonna say. Maybe I did, but okay. In any event, Kid Austin.
Oh, he ain't going nowhere. Kid Austin is a game. I think he's hype job. Kid Austin a hype job. He ain't going nowhere. They playing too much. Him and his pops, they got something going on. I don't know what the fuck they got going on, but it ain't right. You know what I mean? I don't know what they got going on, but that shit ain't right. Cause either you're not fighting. I don't know what's up. You have fights and it's always, you know what I mean, something when you fight and that shit don't look right.
Yeah, it's becoming a pattern at this point because the Shakur thing was basically like, okay, you better not do this shit again, man. Like even Turkey went on fucking the Boxing Voice and said, he's not interested in doing business with them anymore. Like you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot with a shotgun, which is what they're doing, really. Because who's going to give you the time of the day? Who's going to go through a training camp, go through a build-up when they're not even sure you're gonna, go through with the commitment, bro? Because and
that's what
then,
I mean.
Yeah, and then the Jojo Diaz thing, like, okay, so who's next now? Like I wouldn't, like, if I'm Lucas Body or because I want to see that fight, I'm not gonna lie, but why bother at this point?
Yeah, that's a fact.
What do you think about Ben Whittaker?
Oh god, that guy. Whittaker, man. Oh god, he's. I don't know about that guy. To be honest with you, I don't know about that guy. I can't. The real stop. I don't know about that guy because he's a funny type of dude. Like, and you can't tell his thing. I'm trying to see, like, he's good. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's good, but I just can't. For some reason, I can't take him too serious. I gotta see him really fight. He can fight though, but I gotta see him in a fight. All that shit he be doing, all those, all that boop shit, all that shit.
Yeah,
it's cool, but I want to see you fight. And the fight, and they got some bullshit with Ben, and that's why I really don't like it. Because when Ben lost to the dude when he got the rematch, he really lost that fight. Yeah, he lost that fight, and they tried to really try to save Ben, man. You got to see that shit. They saved him with the leg shit. All that shit is bullshit.
Yeah, when he went out of the ring in a wheelchair and all this. Yeah, I remember that shit.
Then all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, he's niggas running and training again and all that. That's a bunch of bullshit. And then they saved him on the rematch. You come back in, and you get saved. When they stopped, that was a bullshit stoppage. That's why I didn't even watch that last fight because I know that should be bullshit. They be playing games too much.
No, that last fight was a layup, bro. They put him a dude from I think was Europe or something, and he just blasted him. I think it wasn't round one. He just ended that shit, bro. And I mean, the fight is him versus Ezra Taylor. The thing is, bro, like I think he's good. I don't think he's as good as because people are already comparing him to Nassim Hamed and whatever the case may be. But I don't know, man. Nassim had a lot of more boxing fundamentals that meets the eye. You know, that's how I feel about him. Even though he got his ass whooped against Barrera, obviously, but the Ben Whitaker, I don't know. It's like you said, bro. You said it perfectly. You said I haven't seen him enough. I need to see you on a fight against another serious dude. He said 175, right? So, let's see him against Callum Smith or David Morrell, somebody who's legit that's fought for a title before. And that's gonna. There's too many unanswered questions on that guy. So yeah, I'll just leave it there. Yeah. Who else can I? Okay, what do you think about Moses Tama, bro?
I like Atama.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I like him, but he ain't prove himself yet. But I like him.
Yeah. So I feel the
It's
same.
so hard with these fighters today, man. I'm telling you, man. Like I keep it 100. It's hard with these fighters today, man, because they just like it's like every one of them have a. See, all fighters got flaws, but they wasn't so visible. You know what I mean? Every one of these fighters got a flaw. Every champion today like it's not like you saying Sugar Ray and you can't debate that. It's like you saying Duran when he was dominating. There's no debate behind these people's names. Every name today is a damn debate. You got to be like a flyweight coming in the game, like Abdullah Mason. Everybody like because he ain't get to the bullshit yet. He ain't get to the bullshit yet. He's still a little motherfucker. Once he come up and he knocks somebody else out, they're gonna start shitting on Abdullah Mason. They're gonna say he ain't fighting nobody. He ain't watch.
Yeah.
And so if nobody fought nobody, that means there's nobody in boxing to fight.
Exactly.
Because everybody will say ain't fight nobody. Everybody, if he say here, he ain't fight nobody. Crawford, he ain't fight. He just fought 42 people. Oh, and then he fought them out their prime, and this out their prime, and this over here. Then Canelo fought this one and fought them out the prime. And all these niggas is out their prime. So it's a game. You know what I mean? So I can't. If Crawford not in there, I can't stand on none of these boxers. I can stand on Devin Haney. I could make Devin Haney my next favorite fighter, my next boxer that's active because he actually doing the shit. You know what I mean? That you need to be done in boxing. And they hate on that shit. And they hate on it. Dev is the only one right now moving like a real boxer. He ain't ducking no smoke. He picking fights that they ain't supposed to win. All kind of shit. Going up in weight classes, everything. And people act like he ain't doing none of this shit. They just
went for the top dog at 47. I don't care.
Come on, man.
He went for the top. People can say what they want. I know 147 is not what it used to be right now. I know that for a fact. But he could have fought Lewis Croker. He could have fought Rolly. He could have fought Mario Barrios. Now he went for being Norm the Storm off of the Knockout of the Year performance, brother.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it, Devin. Even I'm flipping on that. I don't have an issue with him. But I'm beginning to like the guy. To be honest,
yeah.
I'm beginning to like the guy.
No, I'm put it this way. I'm beginning to respect him.
True. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better. That's better.
I'm beginning to respect that.
Yeah, that's
because I didn't like his fight style. I didn't like him. I didn't like the way he fought. None of that. I'm beginning to respect. He earned my respect. I wouldn't give a fuck with nobody except him.
Without a doubt.
He earned mine. If you argue that, then you're just a pure fucking hater.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk resumes, who? Okay, outside of the three-headed monster, of Usyk and Crawford and Inoue. I know Crawford just retired, but just for the sake of the question, who has a better resume than Haney? The only name that comes to mind, bro, and this is a big maybe, it's Dimitri Bivol. But that's a big maybe because, okay, Bivol got Beterbiev, Canelo, and Zurdo Ramirez. And Haney got Loma, Brian Norman, and what's shit? I always forget about this name. He got Linares. That's a good name. People forget he's the only dude to ever drop Loma. But okay, Jorge Linares. There's one name that I'm forgetting. Maybe you remember. Like Devin Haney got another name. I don't want to hear about the Ryan Garcia bullshit. I don't want to hear about that. Okay, we that ship has sailed, guys. Hey, I appreciate you, Just Do. Appreciate. Oh, that's it. Regis Pro. Thank you. You see, Regis Progre, the best performance of his career, right there. Regis Progre. People say Antonio Moran. People say Brian Norman, maybe, but I say it's Regis Progre. I appreciate you, Just Do. Everybody, make sure you subscribe and get notified. Just Do Boxing. But yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, Oster, just to get back to the point, who has a better resume than Devin Haney today? Like who? You'd be hard pressed to find somebody. And I say maybe Dimitri Bivol. That's a big maybe, bro. That could be debated. But there's something to be said about that, bro. And he's still young too. Are you there?
Yeah, you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you now, bro.
So when we talking about Dev, and this is some real shit though. When you talking about Dev, they gotta say maybe Bivol and all that. But let's talk about people in his weight class. You can't search for a boxer to get a better resume. Got to be in a weight class. Let's keep it fair. You get what I'm saying? Keep it fair. In his weight class, nobody is moving like Dev. I don't care what nobody say. You could hate Bill Haney. You can do all that. You get what I'm saying? But you're not moving like Dev in the sport of boxing. Because sometimes you got to separate. When we had these contracts, when we be live and all, you got to separate. If we talking about boxing or we talking about Devin Haney? Do you get what I'm saying? Because that's two different things to talk about. Because you want to hate on Devin Haney and then put boxing in it. You cannot. No way in the world you can shit on Devin Haney in boxing, not in the sport of boxing. It's impossible. That's it. You can't shit on Devin Haney and praise Lomachenko. Get the fuck out of here. You crazy? Are you serious?
Right.
Seriously, are you for real? Dead serious.
That's true.
It's what they be doing. You shit on Devin Haney, but you praise Lomachenko. And I'm like, how can you do that? I mean, as a person, yes, we can do it. But in the sport of boxing, no, you dead wrong. 100% wrong.
No, that's true. That's true.
100% wrong.
Just Do it saying Dev is the most accomplished fighter of 47 without a shadow of a doubt.
Without a shadow of a doubt. And to be honest with you, Dev was the most accomplished fighter in all the divisions that he was in. To be dead serious with you, the way he moved, the way Dev moved is silent, but it's crazy when you look at his resume. It's like, oh shit. True story. And the funny thing about it, his floor came with a PED. So and this is why people like to say that, because they want to say anything to knock Dev. You can't. It's too flawless.
And listen, the Ramirez performance, that ship has sailed, fellas. Like I told you all what that happened. He had the worst of both worlds, right? He had the whole Ryan Garcia situation, fallout, and the PEDs and this and that, and he had, I believe, that's when he had the issue with his ex or whatever the case may be, right? So that was coming off of all of that, fellas.
Yeah, but you got to remember, none of that matters. See, people talk about things that don't matter. It don't matter if
no. What I'm saying is when people bring up like the Ramirez performance, just to remind them what he was coming off of. Not to mention that, you know, like yeah.
But even the funny thing about it, the reason why I say it don't matter, because you got to explain losses. I don't know why people always explain the win. You explain a loss. You don't have to explain a win. So you can say Dev was a worse performance, whatever it is, because Devin must have been in the ring by himself. They don't want to say nothing about the other opponent. For some apparent reason, Dev is controlling this whole fight. So if he run, the dude just gonna sit there. So if Dev punch him, he ain't gonna hit him back, I guess. That's how they talk it. That's how I guess. So no matter what you do in the ring, you win. People wasn't mad at Tank when he got a draw, when everybody clearly seen him lose. Nobody was beefing. It was cool. If that was Dev, you serious?
Not only that, bro. They started like attacking like Roach, like you know,
yeah,
as if Tank was doing him a favor or something.
That's why sometimes I don't talk and sometimes I don't type, because sometimes you're talking to bots and you're talking to narrative people. You know, I can't talk to a narrative driven person. I can't talk like that because you're still driving a narrative. You're still driving your narrative. You're not listening to common sense no more. You're not listening to. It's all right to say something and be wrong. It's fine. That's cool. It's nobody perfect. I could come up there and say a statistic and you can straighten me out. It's cool. Okay, you know, damn, I didn't know that. just as well, if you ask me a question and I don't know about that fight, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna sit there and act like I know. I'm like, yo, nah, I don't know too much about this, so I can't give a good assessment. Right or wrong, I can't give a good assessment because I ain't too much on him like that. You know, I know of him, but I can't assess him like that because I don't know him like that. And people will come in with narratives.
Yeah, kudos to you.
Yeah, exactly. They'll come with narratives and try to drive you a certain way. You got to be like, yo, listen, man, it's all right for us to agree to disagree. It's cool. We can get to the next conversation. We ain't got to keep talking about this. You ain't got to make me believe what you want to believe. I don't believe it. That's why when you ask about a fighter, I do not have a fighter right now. I love Shakur, but I don't like Shakur out the ring. He is the worst out the ring. I ain't even gonna hold you.
He's very
he's the worst out the ring. He's the worst.
Yeah,
in the ring, that's my guy in the ring. I ain't gonna hold. That's my guy in the ring. But I do like Keyshawn though. When you talk about projection and who could you see if all of the doors opened up like the way they're supposed to open up, I can truly see Keyshawn dominating. I'm dead ass. I can see him and I can see him getting better. I can see Keyshawn as like the next Crawford if he was to get the doors open for him. I think Keyshawn will wipe, but I think he'll wipe a division out.
Didn't he leave Bomac?
What'd you say?
Didn't he just leave Bomac?
No, I think he left Bomac, but I think they probably back. But you know, that's fine and dandy. You know, that's fine and dandy because I just believe I seen Keyshawn fight, and I'm like, yo, this boy could really fight. Like he got that fight in him, he got the dog in him, and he'll stop and start boxing you.
He knows how to fight on the inside, and that's not easy to learn, bro. The earlier you got that, bro, like just to saying, if you really know how locked in Shakur is outside the ring, that internet stuff is not a representation of how locked in he actually is, and I know that personally. Okay, see that? Keyshawn training with Ron Sims. There it is, Austin.
Okay. I knew he left, but I still like I like Keyshawn mental. Like this is what I look at, and I look at him because all right, before everybody is young, get old, you know, everybody make their little moves, bug out. You get your $2, you know what I mean? You got your first $2, you acting crazy. The shit happens, you know what I mean? Young dudes, you got all that publicity. Okay, they went down, but that's cool. That's out the ring. That's just a situation out the ring. You know what I mean? But inside the ring, when they jump up, when they come under those ropes, shit is different and shit is real. And Keyshawn ain't playing. He got that switch that he got that switch that everything outside. If y'all see him fight, like he got a switch like Crawford. He got like a switch, and you can see it in his eyes. And everybody, a lot of people want to downplay it and say it's because he got mental little problems. A lot of people run around with mental problems. We all got drama, but some people is licensed. I mean, certified. But trust me, if half of us go there, we'd be certified. Trust me, when I go, let's go talk to one of these motherfuckers. They're gonna certify us crazy. Facts, just based on how we see things. You know what I mean? Just based on how we see things.
Yeah.
And so that's what I see with Keyshawn. That's just a little. Everybody go through a little time. So, but I feel like you see how hyped he was. He's like, yo, but you know, he said, yeah, but I'm back, and you think I'm not working. Keyshawn got a switch in his head. Watch. I want to see this fight. This is gonna be a good fight. But Keyshawn got a switch. I'm dead serious. That nigga be bugging out, man. He got like the little blanket shit like Crawford for real. You punch him, he gonna fight. And one thing I like about Keyshawn, because I see him fighting, I swear to God, his style is. I mean, it's like he really paid attention to Crawford because. One of my favorite knockouts with Crawford. Well, my favorite knockout, Crawford's favorite knockout was with Ondango. That was my favorite one. You know why? Because he was rushing him, and it showed you that I could fight on my back foot. Don't run on me. I'll body shot you. You think I'm playing? Yeah. Step up on me if you want to. I'll throw to you. If you watch that fight, and he swung on him, and Ondango lunged to him, and he hit him with that body. Boom, boom. Stop playing with me. That ain't me. I'm not that guy. I'm not gonna step back too many. I'm gonna take one step back and I'm throwing. You think I'm playing, but look at Crawford every fight, even with Canelo. Yeah. Every punch Canelo threw, Crawford do one back. I don't give a fuck if it missed or not. He just threw it back. Yeah. Every now and then he did because he was on the move. You know what I mean? He swinging, he was on the move.
That's how you keep your opponent honest.
But when he was flat-footed, every punch Canelo threw, he threw one back. I don't give a fuck if he missed it. He just let him know, I'm here. True story. I'm here.
I prefer to say he had a strong base and his feet firmly planted for the counter, you know, because if you say you see what I'm saying? Like, I know what you mean when you say flat-footed. It means ready to counter, ready to blast him. You know, his feet firmly planted, his strong base.
Yeah,
I just want to make that clear because, you know, when people hear flat-footed, you know where they're going this, right? So I just want to make that clear for the.
But you know how it be though. See, when I say flat-footed, if you see, that's why I say when we talking boxing, that's the last punch you want to get hit by. If somebody flat-footed, that means they planted. You would rather get hit by while he's jumping off his toes and shit. You don't want him to plant his feet. That's locking in. And this is why Crawford is he's a orthodox fighter. So no matter any way he's standing, he's locked in. That's why with Canelo, you didn't see him running around. You see him being a lot flat-footed. He had stopped. So when Canelo throw, he'd tighten up and he'd give it back. He's flat, and then he could just move because he's orthodox. He's both southpaw and orthodox, so he could just move. So and this is why when Canelo fought Skull, people don't understand this. Like Skull really beat Canelo, if you ask me. But in a fight, because you fighting Canelo, you had to do what Crawford did so the world could see it and make it unanimous. But you just can't run around the ring on Canelo. But if you see Skull, when he was moving around, every time he punched, if you notice, he was flat-footed because he's orthodox and southpaw. He stopped, and that's why he was catching Canelo ass. Because Crawford did the same thing. There's no way in the world Canelo could ever beat nobody like that. I don't care what nobody say. I've been saying this when they called the fight. I said, y'all crazy. If y'all can't see this right now, this is going to be a UD or a stoppage. There's no way in the world under no training.
That fight, you remember? And I were the only ones on Team Butt. Everybody was.
I'm like yo, I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all is bugging out. Do y'all watch boxing? I mean, the boxers when they in the ring, I get the hype, I get all that. But do y'all actually watch the boxer when in the ring? Because you got a lot of people that see people as stars, and it's like no matter what you do, it's good. Even listen to the commentators. When Canelo missed, they say he hit. For real, all jokes aside, you can hear it. It's loud as fuck. With Skull, yo, go back to the Skull fight, right, and listen to the commentators when Canelo's swinging. They're like, he connected. Yo, he clearly is missing. I'm talking about. It's not even disputable. It's not even debatable. It's a clear miss. You know what I mean? And it was like, yo,
and you know this as well as I do, bro. 8 out of 10 people watching boxing barely know what they're watching, bro.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
As well as you and I do. And think about that. Like, they know that. So you really don't have to, you see what they do, right? Because they know the numbers are in their favor. You're just an average Joe. You want to get entertained on a Saturday night with a bunch of friends or whatever the case may be, and you watch this thing and you get excited, this and that, but you don't really know what you're watching. So when somebody says, Canelo hit him or whatever, you're like, wow! They know how to play the psychology of, okay, here's the truth. There's
that's not psychology. But first, that's not psychology. I'm going to straighten that out real quick. That's not psychology. That's narratives. People is not smart enough to even do psychology on you. Trust me, they don't have that capacity to do psychology on you because they don't even know. A psychic have to know. Psychics know. Why you think they call psychics? Are they supposed to know what you thinking? They supposed to know. This is narratives with these people, man. Trust me, because they don't know. They only know what they heard. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
right, but if 8 out of 10 people were like you and me, they wouldn't get away with that.
And this is why I don't let them change my mind, because I know that the fucking scale narrative is 8-2 when it comes to any kind of conversation, any kind of conversing in any sport. Is 8-2 now because it's bullshit. These people don't even know who they like. Some people just like wrestling. Remember I asked you about wrestling? I said, no, I know I can name all the people. We can have all conversations, but I can't get in depth with it because I never liked wrestling. So I don't know too much of the politics unless you was a real star and you came out this shit like Hulk Hogan. Then I know, you know what I mean, from your things like that. But I wasn't into like he fought this one, he fought that one, he fought that one. When they was this one, I can't do that in wrestling. But I can converse with you. We can talk all night long. But I can't get too in depth like that because I don't know. But you can remind me of some shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, I heard of that. But it got to be some political shit that happened outside of wrestling, like Andre the Giant. Because these motherfuckers was big when it was real, but they faked today. See, like I say, the wrestlers back then.
That's true. That part I agree with.
The wrestlers back then, the wrestlers, the basketball players, the football players, football. I always take football out. I've never a thing with football because, this is just my perspective about football. You get what I'm saying? So, football got a lot of bullshit that's under clothes, dealing with the players and all that, based on because they wear masks. I mean, they wear helmets. So this is a big part of football with advertisement. You know what I mean? So football is funny. It's different because you don't know number 54. He got to be super great to know 50 because they wear helmets. You know what I mean? It's like you got to be like a quarterback, you know, like a John Elway or something like that to have your face. Like if you ever notice football players really.
Not only that, football, you don't get the type of impact because of the nature of the sport. You don't get the same type of impact as opposed to a basketball player, you know?
No. Listen, because see, you said the impact exactly. Because football players wear helmets. Why you think baseball players is famous? Every sport that don't wear a helmet is famous. You don't know who do joust. The motherfucking Olympics right now, they got 10 joust Olympic gold medals. You don't know them because they wear masks. See, that's what I'm saying. It falls into what we're talking about now when it comes to boxing. It's the same thing in reality when people like boxers, they don't know about boxing. Do you get what I'm saying? They like the boxer. Yeah. They don't know about the sport of boxing. So when they see the boxer in the ring, he can't do no wrong because they don't know about the sport of boxing. If they knew about the sport of boxing, they can accept Tank losing, taking a knee. They would be able to accept it because you love boxing, so you understand. No, you took a knee, man. No matter what, nobody's saying you ain't good, but we should take a point, man. We say you lost, but the narrative people, you get what I'm saying? They will keep it up like Roach did something. Everybody but Tank. Everybody but Tank. That's the narrative. That's why I don't go with that narrative. I'll be like, yeah, okay, cool. Because some people want to stay stupid. Some people don't want to get, smarter. They just don't. They will rather stay the way they stay because, education comes with responsibility.
Yeah.
That's why people play stupid. Trust me. Yeah. Trust me with this one. Trust me with this one, man.
They have a weird comfort zone that they get.
Yeah, education comes with responsibility. So people play stupid all the time. That's why people always say, I don't know. They always playing stupid because if you know, you're supposed to do better. And they know that. And they'd rather play stupid. True story, though. I can't make it up.
To do that than to do the research that takes to become good at something. It's just easier, unfortunately.
Yeah. Like it's like you going to the supermarket, right? You get to the counter and you ask the girl how much it is, and she tell you it's on the screen, add it up. You be like, why you just can't tell me? So you want to play stupid like you can't add. You're going to really act like that, and you're going to have a full-blown argument about this shit because you feel she's supposed to just tell you your total. And she said, add it up. That's their policy. People play stupid. They do it all the time, man. I swear to God. Instead of just adding it up and then paying it, they won't do that. They just won't. It's ignorant people out here. That's why when it comes to boxing, when I tell you about boxing, if you want to know something political, racial, whatever, talk about boxing. Straight the fuck up. Dead ass. I'm telling you, you'd be surprised. But talk about boxing. Not basketball and all that. Those is team sports. You know what I mean? So you can really curve around. Like I like Scotty. I don't like Jordan. I like Horace Grant. I didn't like, you know what I mean? That's a team sport. But when boxing comes,
it's different.
Different ball game.
It's a whole. It's very different. Even the UFC is very different because there are different ways of winning in UFC or MMA. It's one-on-one and all that, and it's combat, obviously, and all that is true. But like in MMA, it's different because in MMA, if you got a wrestler versus a kickboxer, the analysis becomes real simple to find keys to victory and stuff like that. Here, not so much, bro. Here is the same thing. It's who's got the more skills that matter. To really know about this, it's a little more complicated than in other spectrums, even in other combat sports. Because
but the thing about it though, it's like in combat sports, right? So you say UFC. UFC is cool, but it don't hold the weight of boxing. Boxing hold a big weight when it comes to sports because boxing come with political. It come with your culture. That's just boxing. That's not UFC. Like put it this way: in UFC, nobody really cares if somebody from where Pacquiao from?
Philippines.
If somebody from the Philippines fighting somebody from Mexico, you know what they say in the UFC? Just the names. It won't be in boxing. It will be different. See, because boxing is it's a culture political sport. It's just the way it's built. Every boxer damn near fight for their country. Literally. Literally. They damn near fight for. This is why it's a lot of Black American fighters that's in America, and this is why it be so complex in America where they going against each other. No, fuck that. See, but in another country, it's only really one. Do you get? So when a boxer comes from the Philippines and he 38-0 knocking everybody out, he's coming with his whole country. Mayweather picked up on it, and this Mayweather exposed this. That's why when they thought he was bad, he got all that money. If you look at the people he fought and why he fought them, they was all had countries behind them. This is when pay-per-view was the big thing. This when pay-per-view was the big thing. And just think about this real quick. Pay-per-view blew up from Mayweather, right? Because of Mayweather's strategy. He fought everybody out the country. So in order for those people out the country to see him, either they super rich and they're going to come over and follow their favorite fighter, or they're going to get on pay-per-view, right or wrong. That's why pay-per-view numbers were so high, and Mayweather is the king of pay-per-view because he fought people that had countries behind him. I'm talking about entire countries. People that can't even afford the money, but they're going to afford this fight because they want their countrymen to win. Why you think when Canelo fought, niggas was breaking their TVs and everything? They really, it's a real thing. It's not bullshit. It's okay because you can't change it. You just got to understand it so we could get good assessments.
Take advantage of it, you know. Absolutely.
You get good assessments. You know what I mean? Like everybody in Mexico don't like Canelo. We're not from Mexico. It might be half of Mexico that don't like Canelo. We don't fucking know. Right or wrong, we're not on Mexican channels. We don't know. We only know what's going on in America. You get what I'm saying? Like in America, people don't like Mayweather, but in America, you can pick 10 champions. We had Sugar Ray, Lennox, and Hama. We had everybody at the same time in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? So if you're American, Black American, but it's just a fact. It's not racist. It's not about being racist. It's more about being cultural. You know, it's more about being a culture. Like, okay, I want my Mexican champ. I want my Philippine champ. Because in these countries, like Lomachenko, why you think Lomachenko is so big? That motherfucker ain't do. He got 18 fights. Are y'all serious? 21 fights. But he got a country behind him that was going through all the bullshit and all this. They're going to big him up all day long. I promise you. Boxing is one of the only sports in the motherfucking world that's cultural, political. It comes with the game. You can't even take it out. You get what I'm saying? It comes to every contract. This is why Boots ain't fighting Virgil. Got to think about it. Just think about it, and you'll understand why they're not putting Boots or Virgil. First of all, I believe that Eddie and fucking Oscar don't believe 100% in either one of them. Now to fight each other, Oscar like no, because Virgil is my golden ticket. That he's a golden ticket that don't gotta fight.
I'll say this. Let me say this real quick. I think Oscar believes in Virgil, but doesn't believe in Virgil against Boots Ennis. That's what.
This is what I'm saying. No, he don't believe in Virgil. Trust me when I tell you this. He don't believe 100% in Virgil, whoever he fight, because Virgil ain't fight for a title in 10 years. There's no way in the world somebody going to explain to me that your manager believe in you. Niggas is getting email belts today, and you still ain't fighting for one. There's no way in the world you will tell me Virgil, Oscar believe 100% in Virgil. There's no way. I'm not going for that shit at all. I'm not when motherfuckers like Lomachenko.
I didn't look at it that way. You know?
Yo, not when motherfuckers like Lomachenko over here with 18 fights, getting title fights and all that. You're trying to put him in the Hall of Fame. It's impossible. That shit is impossible. Every time you stepped on Lomachenko, you lost. You lost to all the fights that you're supposed to win, but they told me you're supposed to be in the Hall of Fame because you're amateur. Amateur records don't mean nothing in professional. That is not a requirement to get in the Hall of Fame. It's a assessment. You can say it. You know what I mean, to make it look good, but you can't. That's not a point. It's not a point. You know what I mean? It's not a point. You get pulled over, you get points off your license, but everything ain't a point off your license. Some things is just a ticket. It's not a point off your license. You get what I'm saying? So you still got all your points. So
do you think Loma has Hall of Fame skills?
Hell fucking no. Hell no.
Listen to my question, Oster. Listen to my question. Do you think Loma has Hall of Fame skills?
No, because there's no such thing as Hall of Fame skills. That's a narrative talk. I'm not getting into that shit. This is what they do today. They make up all these statistics to put people right. In basketball and all that, they make up statistics to make them good, to make them average. No, I don't. What I do know is that every time Lomachenko stepped up to fight a big name that he's supposed to win, he lost. That's what I do know. Those 3 losses, I don't understand how you put somebody in the Hall of Fame and you never talk about the losses, but you talk about the amateur career, not even the 18 wins he got. You talk about the amateur career. That's why he needs to be in the Hall of Fame. It's completely bullshit.
Hold on a second. Guillermo Rigondeaux is not a big name?
Listen, it is completely bullshit. No matter who you beat, that's a big name. The 3 people, you understand what I'm saying? The 3 people that you would have really showed your Hall of Fame status, because one of them that beat you is Hall of Fame status. What are you talking about? He's undisputed, and he beat you.
Okay, so
how the hell?
Okay, let's get into this. This is good. I appreciate this. Okay, let's get into this. Okay, so don't you think it matters how you lose? In other words, if you were competitive in the fight.
So you telling me, all right, so let me ask you a question. If you say it matters how I lose, let me ask you a question. You're a manager, right? And I'm your fighter. I just like to do this to people to see how you feel. You're the manager, I'm the fighter, right?
Yeah.
I go lose, I'm 11-0. But I'm talking about, I don't know what you mean about what is a good loss and a bad loss. So whatever you're talking about, okay,
well, you're not, okay, let me clarify real quick. You're not going to tell me that if you go out there and get knocked out in the first round, it's the same thing as losing a split decision, right? You're not going to tell me that, right?
No. But you know what? I would, if you asking me, I would understand better and more progress if you did get knocked out, because that could be a punch that you ain't see. That's training and stuff like that. So we know we got to go back. You ain't see that punch. You know what I mean? Such. But we go 12 rounds and you lose 12 fights and you go 12 rounds, then it's something really wrong. Unless I'm the worst trainer, or I don't glorify losing. I understand it and I can learn from it, but I don't glorify it. You understand what I'm saying?
Oscar,
I don't think there's no
the best fighting the best, or no?
This is what you're supposed to be. That's what boxing is.
Right. Somebody got to lose, brother.
But I understand that, but you don't got to glorify losing. I'm quite sure the fighter ain't glorifying coming in second. I'm quite sure that. Even though he did, he tried it, but I'm quite sure when he go to sleep, he like, man, I come in the ring to win. If you have anything other than that on your mind, then you're going to lose. It's a fact that boxing is mental. All right. It's not like you can't.
Okay, so okay. Devin Haney's going to the Hall of Fame, right? He should, right? He's a future Hall of Famer.
Off the top, he's been in the Hall of Fame when he came undisputed. He's already at Hall of Fame status.
Perfect. I subscribe to everything you said. Who's his toughest fight?
Huh?
Who's his toughest fight?
Who's Devin Haney's toughest fight?
Yeah. You know,
listen, let me tell you something. When it comes down to people like Devin Haney, Shakur, I'm a
Dad. Give me just a second. Tech down, Dad. How you doing, brother? God bless you and Happy New Year to you and your family, brother. We're having a little debate here. Go ahead, brother.
When it come down to things like that, say the question again, because I just kind of lost it.
No. Who's the toughest fighter, Devin Haney?
The toughest fighter that he had?
Yeah.
All right. Then this is my answer to that. See, I can't really answer that because, like I told you earlier, I was never really a Devin Haney fan. I used to always hate Devin Haney because he used to hold so much. To me, he holds too much. To me, you know what I mean? For my liking in boxing. So I never really paid attention really too much to Devin Haney. I seen all the fights, but I always watched the other person because Devin Haney was a holder to me. He used to hold a lot. You know what I mean? And like I just told you just now, I've came now to respect Devin Haney. I still don't like his fight style. The fight with Brian Norman was bullshit. He knocked him out, but the whole fight was bullshit in actuality. You know what I mean?
Right. So that actually was one of his best performances. That wasn't a hard fight.
No, that wasn't nowhere near his best performance. It's just, that's what I'm saying is this. It seems like that because it was Brian Norman and he knocked him down, but it wasn't his best. If you watch the fight, it wasn't. If you look at the actual fight after the knockdown, whatever, no, it's not like you tried to finish him. No, like you got back to Devin Haney. And that's why I'm half with Haney, but I respect what he is doing in the sport of boxing. See, I can't deny that. You know, man, I can tell you two assessments.
And
Huh?
you know as well as I do, his toughest fight to date is Lomachenko. You know this as well as I do. So if
Uh,
we're gonna give Haney his flowers, and you know as well as I do that Loma, exactly, there it is. Take them that. The question is who has Haney's toughest fight been? Loma argued exactly. So which brings you to my point, because you say you don't glorify losing. I'm not saying you gotta glorify losing. I'm just saying that when you go head to head with top guys and you come up on the short end of the stick, it's one thing if you got cleaned, outclassed, like a Terrence Crawford versus Earl Spence type fight or something like that. It's one
nope.
thing. And there's another thing when it can go either way, bro. And you're the one
Yo,
that got the short end of the stick, bro. It's
I
that needs to
understand.
be said.
I understand that. I understand that. I understand that. I understand that. I get what you're saying.
You went mute for a second. I don't know if
No, I'm saying, listen to this. What I'm saying is this. When I say I don't glorify losing, I'm going to always say that as a manager or as a fighter. I'm never glorifying losing. I can deal with losing because it's part of the game, but I'm not glorifying it. Me personally, as a manager and you as a fighter, I'm just not doing that shit. We're going to talk about this loss. You get what I'm saying? We're going to see what's going on because me and you is in the gym to win. We're not out here to think that we can just lose. That's not on our mind. If it's on your mind, this is why I don't like these kind of fighters. That's why I love Terrence Crawford. It's never on his mind to lose. Ever. I'm gonna win when I get in here. I'm gonna do anything I gotta do to win. We in the ring, we fighting. And you hit me, I'm gonna hit you back. All that other decision making in the ring, you glorify, fuck it. Then okay, it's cool to lose because I lost against Canelo, so it's cool to lose. Fuck out of it. Everybody that came in that ring tried to knock Canelo fucking head off. Ain't nobody coming there glorifying losing except Jamal, these little birds, the twins. You know what I mean? Those of you come in there respecting motherfuckers, take the loss. You know, even Berlanga didn't glorify that loss. He tried to fight, and you know I don't fuck with him. But even Berlanga, after he got knocked down, he really fought Canelo. He was really trying to fight the dude. He just ain't got enough skills to beat him. But he was really trying to fight him. If you see it, he's like, yo, fuck, you gonna have to kill me in here. And that's how and Berlanga did that. But when
let me put it to you this way, right? You and I both agree that Devin Haney is, the goods. He's the goods. Now, we just said a few minutes ago that he has one of the best, if not the best, active resume today. Okay, a big chunk of all of that is Lomachenko. So we can't turn around and say that Loma is not all this, is not.
Wait, you said wait, what you just said? What you just said? What you just say? Say it again. That was kind of fast. You tried to slip some shit in this now. That was kind of fast. What did you say?
I'm sorry. The you know how we talked about Devin Haney, being the goods and his resume as far as active fighters is probably the best, if not one of the best, right? But a big chunk of that is Lomachenko.
Why you say that?
Because Loma is his best win.
Yo, listen. Okay, let me
argue that with me. Are you?
Okay, listen. I get what you're saying. I'm cool with that. Regis Pro Ray, everybody he stepped in the ring with, it made him to who he be with. So this is what I'm saying. When people try to glorify losing, they want to help Lomachenko saying, okay, Lomachenko, I'm going to tell you this much. If you was that good and you was that person, you would have found a way to win since it was so close. Period. Point blank. So when the best is in there with the best, then it got to be one best. It's not about, I lost to him. Go fight the third and fourth and fifth people so you can win. Because it's cool to lose to number one and you number two. I don't care about none of that. I don't go in the ring for that. I don't pay for fights for that. I pay for if I want to see Devin Haney win, I'm gonna pay for him to win. That's why I'm paying for a ticket or to watch the fight. You think I'm paying for him to lose? No, I'm paying for him to win. I'm quite sure everybody is. But when you lose, they start this narrative shit. Oh, it's a good loss to Devin Haney. No. The way they bump Lomachenko right now, if he would have beat Devin Haney, they would be talking nothing about Devin Haney. Any goal Devin Haney have right now would be shut down because Lomachenko beat him. Now they're trying to say because Devin Haney beat Lomachenko, he's still good because Lomachenko beat him. That's BX. Nah, that's crazy. That's just crazy, man.
You can't tell me that Reese Prograis lost to Devin Haney the same way that Loma lost to Devin Haney, bro. It goes both ways. When you fight
what I'm saying is this to you. They both lost. What's the use of talking about two losers? If one lost and one won, then it's a conversation. If we can converse about that.
Because one of them got outclassed from 1 to 12, and the other one gave him hell.
So the fighter that won both of them don't get no credit.
You just said that he's the goods. What do you mean?
No, I'm just saying. What you saying is that you seen one fighter fight a dog fight, and then one fight a fight that he controlled, but you don't give the fighter no adaptability props. None of that. It's just the other fighter. That's why I don't glorify losing.
We're just talking about Loma right now, but we were talking about Devin Haney a few minutes ago. You know this is
no, but we talking about fighting styles. You said one for them and then one this and that it's a hard fight, and this fight the same thing with Crawford.
Right now, but I do give Devin his credit, bro. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that you can't say Devin is all that, and then his toughest fight, he's not Hall of Famer, he's not this, he never did that. Because if you maybe I'm wrong here, but
I think you're 100% wrong on this one. I ain't gonna hold you. Sometimes man,
you're indirectly taking away from Devin Haney, bro. Indirectly.
No, I'm not. No, see, the thing about it is this. All right, put it this way.
Because you're basically saying, let me just end it with this and I'll let you go. You're basically saying that his best win wasn't that good to begin with.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm actually saying is no matter what went down, he 34, 35-0. He won. And he got the accolades. He got all of it. No matter what happened in the process. Right now, if we talking about it right now, it don't matter if Lomachenko if it was 89, and they picked Lomachenko the same way they did with Tank. It was a draw and Tank. None of that shit matters. What matters, like you see with Ryan Garcia, that fight don't matter, but the narrative makes it matter. You got to really understand this. But if you talk about Canelo, we can talk about Canelo. They glorify his 3 losses because he lost to the champs. So then he's not the guy. He's not the guy. Then these other people is the guy, but you're not saying it. I don't understand that. It's cool to lose to him and get clout and credit for the loss of him, but you won't say he's the guy. You still a guy.
I think he's a Hall of Famer. I think Loma should be a Hall of Famer, bro.
Okay. Okay, cool. Tell me why. Tell me why. Give me a reason why. Give me one reason why Lomachenko should be Hall of Famer. And don't talk about, listen, here go a little game. We cannot talk about the amateur career because it means nothing for initiation into the Hall of Fame unless we're in Florida. Because Florida rules is different. If he got initiated in Florida, then all that shit fly. But other than that, it is not a stipulation for the Hall of Fame. So let's take that 379 wins out of amateurs. Let's get it out. And talk about his professional career and see if he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, especially if you're talking about it on the name of side of Devin Haney. You better put that motherfucker on the side of Berlanga or somebody. Then he'll seem like a Hall of Famer, but don't put him on the side of Devin Haney. True story. That's just facts. It's written in blood. It's written in the books. You can just look at this shit and see it, and you can clearly know. When you got Lomachenko irony, I swear to God, you got Lomachenko. Half of the column is talking about his amateur career, which means nothing when it comes to the Hall of Fame. It's a fact.
So
the 3 fights that he fought, the 3 fights,
2 Olympic gold medals mean nothing.
There you go with shit that don't mean nothing inside boxing. That's the Olympics.
Okay.
That just proved talent. That's just you just good. You talent. You got because like I told you, boxing is political, culture politically. The Olympics is you for your country. Okay, you're the best. You won the gold for your country. That's why everybody in the Olympics. This is a fact. This is 100% fact. But you can't carry that into an industry over here professionally because now we getting scored every fight you have. And all of the fights that showed your 2 gold Olympics, your 379 fights and all this good talent, what makes me think is why you sat there that long? Why you ain't been professional?
That's a good question. That's a good
So now
question.
you're coming a professional, and all the fights that you have that you're supposed to win, beating Devin Haney would have made you Hall of Fame undisputed.
That's something
But you
that needs
lost.
to be said, and thank
But
you
you
for bringing
lost,
that
though.
up, right?
At the
Okay,
end of the day, you lost.
Huh? Listen, Roberto Duran lost most of his big fights too, but you ain't got a problem putting him in the Hall of Fame. You know, I can. Okay. Let's do this.
There you go. There you go.
So
there you go. Changing times. There you go. There you go.
Let's stay on Loma, because I got enough. I think I do. Okay.
Loma ain't no Roberto Duran. I'll tell you that much for sure. For sure, 100%. 100. I will argue that all day long. All day. I'm talking about from opponents. Right. I'm talking about from opponents to fights to whatever.
Duran got over 100 pro fights, man. Like Duran got more fights than most today's fighters combined.
And you said why he in the Hall of Fame? Lomachenko got 21 fights and lost the 3 fights that were supposed to put in the status.
So he got 21 fights, right? Let's see how many fights Usyk has, because I'm gonna have fun with this. 1 second. Usyk got 24 fights, so he ain't going to the Hall of Fame either, right?
All right, what's Usyk record? Since we on the flying boxes now, fuck it. We on the fly. Fuck it. We on the fly. We on the fly. Fuck it. What's his record, huh? Did we on the fly? How many times he lost? Huh? Did he lose to the Bulls? Did he lose to Ferry? Did he lose to anyone that did he lose to these people that would have actually made him Hall of Fame? It's no excuses.
Okay, so
I would have never said Usyk.
So the problem is he lost, right? The problem is the losing.
No,
right?
It's not about losing. It's not about losing because I was raised loving boxing on losing. All my champions had losses. That's why today they think a loss is something bad. No, I'm not saying that. But if we on that same type of time, you can't act like Lomachenko ain't got 3 losses to 3 big people. Stop.
Okay,
you can't do it.
Sometimes you lose when you fight tough guys, man. It does happen.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Back in the days, right? Muhammad Ali, everybody had losses, and they still was champions, and we loved them. We didn't pay attention to the loss. We loved them because we knew they was great. In today's time, I'm just trying to keep the same energy. In today's time, they care about losses. If you lose, you're done. Black Americans, not nobody else. So this is why we have these conversations when it comes to everybody else but a Black American fighter. They can lose all day long and they don't watch it. But if it's a Black American fighter and he lose, he's just done. Done. They don't even give them credit when they got zeros. For real, yo, I'm not fucking around.
So I don't know why you're bringing up his losses as if like come on, Austin.
I'm bringing up look. I'm bringing up the losses because this is what I'm saying. They talk. I'm trying to put it together like an algorithm. You talking about the Hall of Fame, okay? So what we talking about the Hall of Fame? Lomachenko. So with you, Lomachenko, okay? You got 379 fights in the Olympics. You got 2 gold medals, which don't mean shit for professionally Hall of Fame. It don't mean it's like, okay, you good, but it's not like you can't bring that in here and get a point. You know when you go get your ID from the DMV, it got 8 points or whatever. That's not a point. It's just not a point, period. So anyway, now when it comes to professional, you got 18 fights. You got 21 fights, right? 18. I don't never hear nobody talking about these 18 fights that he won. They talk about his losses to the ones he lost to, and he gonna go in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I can tell you who he beat if you want me to, for sure.
You telling me the 18 fighters? Let me ask you one question. Every fighter that he beat, is his resume better than Devin Haney's?
No, I never said that.
So then makes no sense talking about him.
I just said he's also a Hall of Famer. I don't know why.
No, I'm just saying it makes no sense to talk about them if they're not better than Devin Haney. It makes no sense to talk about them because he lost.
Just because you're putting one guy in the Hall of Fame don't mean the other don't belong there. The other can go.
No. I'm just saying, what I'm saying is that I'm not listening. I believe Lomachenko do not belong in the Hall of Fame, if you ask me. But now, if you ask boxing, they can say yeah, because everybody got their own reasoning. But I can agree to disagree, because I can't control if you get in there or not. But if you was to ask me the question, no, hell no, I would never say it. No, he don't. And don't never put his name on the side of Devin Haney's talking about the Hall of Fame. Like if it was one slot, there's no way in the world Lomachenko going there in front of Devin Haney. It's impossible, man. That shit is just impossible on paper.
I don't know about
that's
that,
criminal. That's fucking criminal, to be honest. That's like a charge. If you got a Lomachenko record on the side of Devin Haney and you put Lomachenko in there beside Devin Haney, that's a fucking fraudulent charge. That's like identity
you're
theft.
going way off the rails.
Man, that's like identity theft, man. Come on, man. That's just crazy.
The way you're talking, it looks like Devin Haney knocked out Lomachenko in round 2 or something.
No, we're not talking about physical fighting. We're talking about resumes. Fuck Devin Haney and Lomachenko. Here's the rest of his resume compared to Lomachenko resume. If it was these last 2 people to put in the Hall of Fame, and you didn't know nothing about boxing, nothing at all. You didn't know the fighters. They just paid you $500 to pick one, and you had to go on paper. You never seen a boxing match in your life. If you was to pick Lomachenko, they would think you drunk.
Bro, in the survey that I put in on the 4 fights, you remember? 6, Fury versus AJ, 0%.
I'm telling you, this shit is bullshit, man. The fuck, nobody want to see that shit. The fuck, come on, man.
Shit. That was like point for Oster right there. Oh man, that was awesome.
Yo, it's like a LeBron thing. If you say LeBron by himself, they can say he great. Every time you say LeBron and you put Jordan in the sentence, you're going to fuck it up. Every time. You talk about LeBron, just talk about LeBron. Don't say nothing about Jordan in the same sentence because you're going to fuck it up.
I agree with that.
I swear to God.
Kobe, different story, but
yeah, you're gonna because people gonna be like, yo, you gonna wake up the dead. Ever since LeBron sat there and said that made me the greatest of all times, it went downhill for him. He had 20 years, 18 years of all this felonious shit until you said that and you woke up the dead. The same way Clarissa Shields said something about Ali's daughter. See, certain names you can't say in sports because they're iconic. It's iconic, you know what I mean? And then you got the real narrative people. See, we the real narrative people, the ones that know real boxing, know real basketball. So we like, yo, we not letting y'all tell us that these people is great because they're not that great. Not like I seen my greats. That they are not the reason why we used to remember when it wasn't no internet. I ain't remember that. Oh, the game on 8 o'clock. We used to run from downstairs and run upstairs to watch the game because Jordan playing New York right now. You tripping? This is about to be a good game. For real, motherfuckers leaving outside to go watch the game. For real. Seriously.
I told you before, like I got MJ a million miles over LeBron, but I'm not the biggest fan of either one, bro. I'm a Kobe.
Okay,
guy. So
anything behind
into this we can.
Anything behind Bud is bullshit. I just want you to know that.
Anything behind what?
Anything behind Bud is bullshit. You ever heard that?
No, I don't.
No, I'm just saying. You ever heard that though? Huh? You ever heard that? Anything behind Bud is bullshit. I swear to God.
What is that?
That's why Eddie Hearns, that motherfucker always use but. But is one of those words that you could say something good and then say but and then say some fucked up shit behind it.
I got you.
True story though.
I got you now.
That's why I say anything behind but is bullshit. That's why I say. That's why sometimes when I talk, I say however. You got to learn to say however. You know what I mean? You can't say but because anything behind but is bullshit. For real, for real.
Yeah, I hate the sound. That's true. That's like they're trying to like scapegoat.
When you listen to Eddie Hearns next time, yo, I love that accent. That accent, I've been loving that accent since I was a kid. But you hear him say like a little leprechaun. He gonna be like, yeah, Terrence Crawford, such, but, and he gonna pause for a minute, and then he gonna start talking. I'm like, this guy's crazy.
Yeah, I got Kobe way over LeBron too. Tech, trust me. No, I'm a Kobe guy. You know how fucking ironic a Boston Celtics fan like myself and my favorite player of all time is a Laker. It's a lifelong Laker. Can you see the fucking irony on that one?
Yeah, irony. I'm gonna get you some motherfucking. We gonna get some followers now. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna say something right now, and people gonna think that I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, I don't got LeBron in my top 30 in the NBA. Dead serious. I said it on my live the other day. They went crazy. I'm like, yo, for real. They went, yo,
hell, bro.
I know I'm crazy. Listen,
I'm sorry, but
listen, I'm telling you, man, the narrative is out of control. You don't understand the power of this media, this PR shit. You don't understand, man. They will have you thinking some shit that's not a fact, even if you see it. Even if you're looking right at it. See, now the thing is anytime LeBron get a little mix up or whatever, it's because he's 41. Because he's 41, he's been in the league.
I don't even follow the NBA ever since I don't know, going on well over 5 years at least now.
No, I don't look at the NBA.
I don't need LeBron's time in the Lakers. I can make the case for LeBron with his time in Cleveland and Miami, bro.
He still was garbage. And he still was garbage. He been doing that shit since he got to the Lakers. The same exact
Bro,
thing.
you're gonna make me defend LeBron James. This is painful.
Defend him, please, because I'm gonna make you.
I'm not even a fan of the guy.
No, listen. I want you to defend him because I'm gonna learn you right now, and you will never defend that guy again. I promise you that. Not with LeBron. Listen. There's certain manufactured people out here, man, and because I love these sports, like basketball is my sport. That's a sport. See, boxing, I told you before, I'm not putting on no gloves because you punch me in my motherfucking stomach like that, I'm gonna have a problem. I don't care about that face shot, but those body shots, man, that shit, where I see Crawford hit Undago then, I still feel that shit when Frazier hit Ali. Those body shots, I don't know how that's why it's a mental thing, because how you know it's coming, you just take that motherfucker like that. I'm like, God damn, I would have shot him, me personally. I'd have called my man in the crowd, yo, did you see how this motherfucker should hit me? Get that fucking gun and shoot him, please. Like, cause I ain't fighting this dude no more. But when it comes to basketball, though, for real, though, nah. There's no way in the world.
Start off by saying now basketball was I think basketball or soccer are there that were my top sports for the longest time. So I'm going to start by saying I don't really understand the whole MJ versus LeBron debate because they don't even play the same position. That's just me. Okay, so let me just get that out of the way. Okay, LeBron James not being in your top 30 of all time. Okay, so I look at basketball very positionally, right? I don't necessarily like to say there's one GOAT in team positional game as it is. I don't like when people say Tom Brady's the GOAT or whoever they say is the GOAT because it's unfair to the other positions, So anyway, LeBron James. I mean, bro, like that win he had over that Golden State Warriors alone gotta be like 3 chips in one.
Okay.
Like, and I'm gonna tell you this, and this cannot be defended.
Can I say something on top of that?
Sure.
No, say that again. Because I need you to say it so I can say it. So I need you to say it so that we on live. I need you to say that because because it got to be the same energy now. That's what. So say it again.
That win when he beat that Golden State Warriors team, which was the year that they broke the record of single season wins over the Bulls. You remember they won 73 games or whatever.
I remember that.
That win alone, coming back from I think was either 1-3 or 1-2.
No, 3-1, 3-1. Yeah, 3-1. Yeah.
That championship alone. Not even the one that when he beat San Antonio, which was equally as great in my opinion, but that Golden State Warriors team, bro, like that win alone gotta put him at least top 10, at the very least top 10, because that wasn't meant to be, bro.
Okay,
like, that was the most unlikely championship win that I probably ever seen in my life, bro.
Yes, let me know when I can talk though. Yeah, you're right, 100%.
No, you go.
Now I'm gonna help you out here. Yes, you're right. That was the greatest such because at the time in the NBA history, like no team ever came back from 3-1. I get it, 100%. I get it. Cool, you did that. But what I'm telling you is that like this. So now in basketball we don't glorify losses because in the same token, Mr. LeBron, you just lost to a team like Dallas. You can come back with this shit here, but you got to understand something. You got to understand something. See, when they talk about that 3-1, that's the same thing LeBron said on that podcast that brought him down. Because you said I'm the GOAT, and then all Jordan fans came. That's the same year that you got killed by saying that bullshit. You came back 3-1, and you took that because nobody never did that. It made you the GOAT. That's why you said it. You didn't say it from your performance. You didn't say it because you was dominant. You got to understand, the team you beat you. And you went and got a super team. You got to remember that. Kicked your ass. And you got to remember another motherfucker inside.
He was the first one that did the super team crap with D Wade and Chris Bosh. That's true.
We all know this. Everybody knows this. What I'm saying. And when they talk about certain things, I like to talk about the whole picture. If you want to be in here 21 years, then we talk about the whole picture. We only talk about Jordan 15. We only talk about Kobe 18. We don't talk about 21 and Kobe because he didn't do 21. He did 18. Garnett did 20, 21. That's all we talk about. Since you want to still be in here, we're going to talk about it. And it shows to the day that you didn't bring nothing to the game. And no, it's not one player in the NBA that's playing like LeBron, or even Miller, because he don't have a game. This is the biggest hype job you'll ever seen in your life. I'm telling y'all, man, for real. Look at LeBron from when he came in the game until now. If you don't got nobody to give him the ball or whatever it is, he gonna look like he look on the Lakers. Now he didn't look like that at 20.
More of a facilitator than he is. That's another one of the reasons why I don't like the MJ.
Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one question, right? Let me ask you one question, right? And this is real, right? Any king that we ever read about or know about, when the last time you found a kindly king that liked everybody? A kindly king that's cool. That's cool. When the last time that ran something, that ran an empire, we can read about it. When the last time you ever heard of a king that was cool with everybody? You could just do wrong. It's cool. I'm the king. It's all right. No, I'm just saying, for real, for real. Yeah. Now, let me explain something to you. Kobe, what they say about Kobe? I'm talking about teammates. Fuck him. He a piece of shit, this and that. But they got chips though, right? Because Kobe want to win. What they say about Jordan? Oh no, he's the worst teammate. He don't talk to us at all. He just do him, but he win. Yeah. This is why they do this type of things. But LeBron, what they say about LeBron? Oh no, he's cool. He's team player. Nice guy. That's why they don't win. This is the reason why they don't win. It's
I disagree with that, Champ Ross. No, I disagree with that, Champ Ross. No, don't give me that one. No, don't give me that. The MJ would have won 8 straight titles. No, they had nobody that guarded Hakeem Olajuwon. Get out of here with that one. You're not gonna get me with that one. Nope. Do you think so, Lester?
No, let me answer that because I heard that before. Let me answer that. He said, and this is 100% fact. Yes, Houston was. You know, they would have gave Chicago. They probably. I'm gonna say this.
Why the fuck did he want to play baseball for 2 years?
No. Listen, because that's the politics. But anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. But what I'm talking about is this. Let's listen to him. He said that because I can't look at that channel. I only can look at here because if I go over there, I'm gonna get muted. But if I change my screen. But I'm glad because somebody said that the other day, right? And I want to say this about that. And this is a fact. They said if Mike didn't leave, he wouldn't have beat Houston. He touched some people. He would have 8. But the thing I say about that is that I don't like to talk about losses. You understand me? Why are you talking about somebody that wasn't there? Now, when Mike won the first 3, Houston was on the West. Mike is on the East. He handled his business to get to the chip. If you didn't get to the chip none of those times, don't say when I retired, y'all won when I retired. Yeah, y'all stepped up and won. Y'all beat the West. I had nothing to do with the East. You're talking about something that don't make no sense. It's like, if they said, if Houston would have...
Since we're thanking God for stuff, Tech, I'm sorry, I'll let you go in a second. Since we're talking about thanking, hang on a second, where did he put that thing on? Okay, there we go. Champ Ross, exactly. Olajuwon and them boys will forever be grateful for those baseball years, LOL. Tech, MJ and them boys will forever be grateful that Larry Bird and the Celtics and Isaiah Thomas and the Bad Boys got old when they hit their peak. Thank you very much, Tech.
Don't that sound like boxing? Don't that sound like boxing? Right? It sounds like boxing. When you listen, it's granted. Okay, first of all, back to Houston. You know, like I'm saying, the 3 years, because you got to understand, Chicago, that's why I be trying to tell people, y'all be talking so crazy, it don't make no sense. Chicago went 3 years in a row, stopped, came back and went 3 more years in a row. It's not like Houston wasn't playing on the West at this time. It's not like a large one wasn't playing, but for some reason, going over there in the West with the Sean Kemps and them, y'all forgetting about this. With Seattle beating y'all motherfuckers where y'all can't even get to the joint. When San Spurs beating y'all in the playoffs, so y'all couldn't make it to the champion. Y'all couldn't make it there. So don't predict some shit when I ain't there. And then y'all make it, you know what I mean? When I come back, for some reason, I'm in the league. I'm on the East. Jordan on the East. Why, when you was there, they didn't make it? So you can't compare somebody that they didn't even beat their whole league to get to the chip. How are we going to debate that? Now, you want to debate something? Let's debate them with Utah, because Utah made it twice. So y'all couldn't beat Utah. How the fuck y'all going to beat Chicago and they beat Utah? How? Explain it to me. It just don't make sense. Y'all can't even make it to the chip. How y'all start comparing who the fuck will win? Now, all of a sudden, when this guy leave, y'all end up beating everybody. We all seen it. We all seen it. This is for real. But when this guy come back, for some reason, I don't know if y'all didn't play hard enough to win, to lose in the chip, or whatever the fuck the case is, but y'all never made it to the chip. In the next 3 years, you just never did. You just did 2 years in a row. Jordan come back, all of a sudden, y'all ain't making to the chip. So what are we talking about? It just don't make no sense. Am I lying, Irony? No, I'm just saying, when you really break it down, how you going to talk about Houston and them? They in the West. If they was in the East, it would be a different story. They got their own business to handle. We got a whole East Coast to beat to get to the chip, right or wrong?
Yeah.
This is 100% fact. So we done played your doing the league, and none of that shit matters. And what it used to matter because the playoffs matter. Trying to get to that chip. You can beat me all day in the regular season. Nobody gives a fuck about that. You can't win in the playoffs. You can't win a 7-game series. And remember back then it was 5-game series. Then it was 7-game. Remember it was 5-game series. So you get swiped. You get wiped out this motherfucker quick. We're not playing with you all day long. Y'all helped the league with that 7-game series shit now. It used to be 5 games. Remember that? Remember? It used to be 5 first round. Remember first round, 5 games. Yes, sir. First round, 5 games. You lose 2 games, you're out of this motherfucker. For real, for real. That's how it really was, though. I'm not lying. That's how it really was. But you can't talk to these young dudes because they don't know this. They know the new basketball. They don't know the way basketball used to be. All that shit was different. Seriously. But if you tell them that, you know what they do, Irony? You know what they do? They be like, oh, see, that's why Jordan won. They'll find a stat for that. And just to knock Jordan down, they'll find a stat for that. Oh, he only had 5 games at certain times. And so this is why this and that. No, but the chip always was 7. He just never went 7. So he never had to come back from 3-1. You're asking questions that's useless. He never had to come back from 3-1. He was never down. Respect the greatness. That's all I'm saying. And we can get along very well. You get along with yourself.
We're comparing Lambos here, basically.
Huh?
We're comparing Lambos here at the end of the day.
No, we comparing this modern day shit because there's only one GOAT. Jordan is the GOAT, period. I'm talking about people that got more chips than Jordan say he's the GOAT. People that came before Jordan say he's the GOAT. You get what I'm saying? But this is a narrative thing.
I understand that, Oster, and
listen, LeBron ain't not even in my top 30. I don't give a fuck. They can kill me for this. I'm dead serious. I can name 30 players right now that's literally better than LeBron. If you take LeBron out, all that hype, all that shit, like, all right, let me give you an example. LeBron came from high school, right? Right? Remember?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, Kobe came from high school, right?
Yeah, MJ went to NC for a while.
Okay, it was one more person that came from high school too that impacted the NBA. Remember that?
Kevin Garnett.
Okie dokie. So y'all telling me Kevin Garnett, Kobe didn't have no hype at all. They was
compared to LeBron, no. Compared to LeBron, not even a little bit. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, that's 100%.
Yes, compared
right.
to damn near everybody. Compared to damn near everybody,
LeBron was in the covers of the magazines, bro, and everything.
LeBron had $107 million contract before he stepped on the floor of the NBA. You understand me? So you got to understand something. There's a lot of money in LeBron. Whatever it is, Jordan left for some apparent reason. It was LeBron because nobody liked Kobe. You got to understand that they ain't like Kobe. They didn't really like these players. They like LeBron. It's different. They like LeBron. They don't like Kobe. Kobe was like Mike. They don't like Kobe. Kobe had his own way. That's why I saw those conspiracies, whatever it is. I'm getting into that. But they don't like Kobe. They got to respect Kobe. It's a difference in liking somebody and respecting somebody. You could not like your boss, but you respect him because he'll fire your ass. Guarantee that. You could hate that motherfucker, but you respect him because he will fire you 100%. Only time you lose respect, if you find another job, you'll say, fuck him, right or wrong. Other than that, you don't respect him. It's just the way life is, man. Like Jordan. And they didn't like Jordan. David Stern, they didn't like, we all know this shit. They didn't like Jordan. They try to shoot Jordan down every time, but you can't because the greatness.
Especially the Bulls front office.
Yeah, they hated Jordan. Yeah. You know what I mean? They don't like people like Barclays. And they had to be super great. AI, they didn't like AI because he came with the culture. They hated AI. Hated him. He said on TV, remember he said, yo, it's just practice. But if you notice, when AI said it's practice, it became an inspirational thing. When LeBron said it's just basketball, people looked at him crazy. because you manufactured, and people know it. The emotions will tell it. They know it. You don't hear them saying none of that shit about AI, and he said it's just practice. Remember that shit? That shit went on every airwave to the day. It's just practice. And they look at it as an inspirational thing. But like LeBron shit, when he said it, because people know manufacture faulty products, no matter if everybody buy them. People know, real people, people that are aware, understand a manufactured product, especially in today's time. I know you didn't push.
If Allen Iverson was 6'7", he would have been the GOAT, man. I don't care what nobody say. That dude was it.
Allen Iverson was the GOAT at 6'1".
Nobody could hang with that man. Nobody.
Listen, Allen Iverson was GOAT at 6'1". Let me tell you something else, right? Let me tell you another statistic, right? And now I'm gonna say, if somebody can correct me, you can correct me, because from far as my knowledge, right, it's two things. People say Jordan had 2 Hall of Famers and that's why he won in a chip, right?
Scottie and Rodman, yeah.
No, okay, no, but that's not true. He didn't have 2 Hall of Famers. That's not true.
And a great 6th man in Tony Kukoc. People forget how good Tony Kukoc was, bro. It's
okay,
not
but he wasn't even an All-Star Hall of Fame.
Good ball, bro.
But he wasn't even an All-Star Hall of Fame. There's a difference when you draft a franchise player from another team to your team, or you draft or you trade or whatever it is, an all-star, superstar, whatever it is from another team. That is clear. That's clear as day. Okay, LeBron draft Chris Bosh and land on Miami with Wade. These are superstars. Wade had a chip already. These are superstars. There's a difference when you come here, what a superstar. Like, put it this way, Ain't it different when you go to the club with no girl and meet a girl in the club? Whenever y'all talk, you're going to say, where you met at? We met at the club. Because that's literally where you met at. Y'all didn't come here together. So now when it comes to Scottie and Dennis Rodman, you have to remember there's a difference between a superstar and a developing superstar. Scottie came to Chicago from college. So you can't, there's no way in the world you can say he had a Hall of Famer. That's a developed Hall of Famer that got developed by Chicago. He wasn't on no other team. He didn't get drafted over here after he had an all-star game. Not even Dennis Rodman. If you remember Dennis Rodman, they used to hate on Dennis Rodman. He couldn't get an all-star game to save his fucking life. And he was the rebound king. Every all-star game.
He led the league in rebounding by at least 4.
Every all-star game, everybody say why Dennis Rodman is not in the all-star game.
Yeah.
Everybody said that. They just forgot that shit.
Because if you remember, Ben Wallace was basically the same thing, and he got a few all-star.
Same thing, and he got into the all-star game. They didn't like Rodman. They didn't like Rodman. They didn't like Rodman. Remember, Rodman used to be Rodman. The NBA didn't like Rodman. They thought that he was a bad look for the NBA because. But it's a big history with the NBA.
I mean, to be fair, bro, Dennis Rodman didn't really. Listen, he's the type of guy everybody hates, but everybody would have him on their team in 2 seconds. He's
the type of guy. Dennis Rodman type of guy that only ones that hate him is the narrative people, because the people that know basketball love Dennis Rodman. That's a fact. This is why he's
what I'm saying is you hate him as an opponent, but you will love him as a teammate.
What I'm saying is that, remember, Dennis Rodman didn't come to Chicago as an all-star. People assume that.
No, he came from Detroit. Yeah, I remember that.
He didn't come as an all-star. You got to remember that. So it's a difference when you got to develop an all-star on your team. Scottie and Thing, Mike wasn't even an all-star when he got fucking drafted. What are you talking about? All these people got developed on Chicago.
Yeah, that's
this
true.
is why they became.
It took a couple of years. I remember that.
This is why they became a Hall of Famer. They all sat there and did it together. When those 3-6 chips, they did it together. That's made them Hall of Famers. So don't act like they got drafted. Chicago
Rodman
never
was there from the get-go. Rodman came in.
No, that's what I'm saying. But he didn't come as an all-star.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
You get what I'm saying? So you cannot say when people talk that.
He was dressing up crazy and shit, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't come as an all-star is all I'm saying. So when people say that narrative, Jordan had 2 Hall of Famers, stop. That's not true. That's not true the way you're wording. That's not true. Those people got developed in Chicago. They was in there for years. They became Hall of Famers from what they achieved. That's the real truth. Now, Other teams, you remember Barkley and went to fucking Houston with a large one on. Those is drafting Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers. That's what you do. They're just trying to get them ring. Like Peyton went to LA. You know what I mean? They're trying to get them rings for what they put in the game. That's what you mean by drafting all-stars on your team. Like when LeBron got Chris Bosh, when he got motherfucking from Minnesota, Kevin Love. They was franchise all-star players. Kevin Love he was just in it for real. That's draft. That's why they say a super team.
Same for D Wade and Chris Bosh. Same thing.
This is what I'm saying. That's why they say
D Wade already won a championship.
Bingo. So you can't say that, D Wade is already an all-star superstar. You got a whole chip. And you went and got 2 franchise players and brought them to you. Facts, 100%. 100%. Kevin Love was franchise player in Minnesota, and Chris Bosh was franchise player over there in Toronto. I don't care what you can run that shit on anybody. That's a fact, though. That's 100% fact. You hear me? For real. So there's a big difference. I'm gonna tell you another player. Now I only know one other player. I only know one other player, and happened to be my favorite player in the NBA that actually came and went to the chip with no all-star players. But I gotta say, truthfully, one was Mutombo but he was at the end of his career. AI. Kobe never left.
Allen Iverson taking that Philadelphia 76.
Trying to tell you, man.
To the
talking
finals.
About greatness.
It's one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen in my life, bro.
That's one man. That's like one man on a basketball court with 4 teammates in a wheelchair.
Corpses.
True story.
Corpses, bro.
In the wheelchair.
All the respect to George Lynch, all the respect to Eric Snow and Tyrone Hill and Mutombo. God bless him, but he wasn't the end of his career. We all know that. I mean, that wasn't the Denver Mutombo, obviously. But all the respect to Aaron McKee, 6-man, whatever. It is what it is. Brother, Allen Iverson, 6 foot tall, 6'1", whatever. Jesus, I can't believe that, bro. I can't believe that.
I'm telling you, my nigga. Yo, listen, I swear to God, I said this shit earlier. I'm like, y'all be tripping because y'all don't really know greatness. Y'all don't really see greatness. I seen a man take one player that was Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson wasn't 100%. He was like 70%.
Yeah, he had a million injuries all the time.
Yeah, Aaron McKee, their whole team was damn near 80% injured. And all Allen Iverson want to do is say, "You're not sweeping us, though."
People forget this. Yeah, exactly. But let me just say this real quick because you just reminded me of one thing. If Phil Jackson doesn't pull Tyronn Lue out of his ass, literally to stay glued on AI the whole fucking rest of the series, we might have a different conversation right now. You see what I'm saying? Because they won the first game. Derek Fisher couldn't fuck with AI. Kobe couldn't fuck with AI. If they don't pull Tyronn Lue out of their asses, bro.
But remember this. Remember this. You got to remember something in basketball. It's different when it comes to postseasons in basketball with every other sport. That's why football is, one game. So it's like, nigga, you better be on your best game because it's over. There's no coming back and none of that. It's one Super Bowl. You get what I'm saying? Baseball, you got 7-game series and all that shit. So it'd be all that Rocky Turn shit. Basketball is like that. So this is why they say you can beat me in the regular season, but can you beat me when it count? In a 7-game series when we locked in, I'm playing you today, I'm playing you tomorrow, and I'm playing you the next day, and the next day. Could you adapt and win? A lot of people can't. That's why it's so big when people come back from losses in a series. Not in a regular season, in a series, when it's like, 3 out of 2. Okay, cool. You got a game or 2 to lose. But it's all about winning. You got to win that game that count. That's why when they talk to Jordan shit, they like, yo, he never was in the position to be where he won all this in 6. He got it all done with. But they don't look at that. You get what I'm saying? And you got to see, like, when they said Kobe, or like with Allen Iverson, let's get Allen Iverson real quick. Like with Allen Iverson, everybody in the world love Allen Iverson, but everybody in the world, in the same token, know they wasn't beating LA. You're not beating Shaq and Kobe and them because Kobe is like you, AI, and then you got Shaq, and you just on paper, you're not going to win. You can win a game, but you're not going to win. That's why that one iconic game AI won. Why you think it's so iconic? It ain't just because he got there. He brought 4 people in the wheelchair to the chip in the NBA. Swear to God, I'm not fucking
real.
around. And I love George Lynch.
I'm laughing
Yeah,
because it's true.
Yeah, I love George Lynch. I love Aaron McKee, Mutombo, all of them. They're my guys. Hill, I used to love Hill. But no, it really is real. Real is real. You know what I mean? But he didn't draft no all-stars. He didn't team up with nobody. They draft AI. He didn't pull nobody to him. He took those motherfuckers to the chip. True story, though. 100%. Met LA right in the chip and bought the broom too. Because I'm telling you, you're not sweeping us. Facts, 100%. Remember he bought the broom out? Remember he had the broom? Remember when they won the game, he had the broom. Remember he had the broom? Like, it's not happening. Yeah. You're not sweeping us. Fuck out. No. You can throw that broom away. You can throw that broom away. You're not
can leave that for New Jersey. You can leave that room for New Jersey.
Yeah, you might win the next 4 in a row. Facts. But I just want you to understand something. Remember that big dude, Iron, when you was a kid, the big bully? You was like, yo, I'm gonna do a punch in your eye. All I want to see is some blood. You could kick my ass. But when you look in the mirror, you gonna know that I got your ass. So facts. You gonna know I got one on you. I got one on you. You might kick my ass, but I'm gonna get mine. I'm gonna get this one. Bet that. And I'm gonna get it first. I ain't gonna let you beat me up first, right or wrong. Like AI, I'm not gonna let you beat me up. No, I'm gonna get it real quick. And then I know you're gonna beat me. I'm built to lose. I ain't come here. I came here with 4 people in the wheelchair. You serious? Nobody on my
Roger Bell. Well, but that was a very young Roger Bell. You know, it wasn't Roger Bell of Phoenix. You know,
Roger Bell was on defense. The whole Philly was defense. It's not one person on that Philly team that scored more than 10 points, that averaged more than 10 points. True. So, and they went to the chip.
Well, aside from Aaron McKee, but Aaron McKee, you had to get him open. You know,
Aaron McKee, but he didn't average 10 points. He just get hot every now. He's like a Dumas. He get hot every now and then. Dumas is better, but he get hot every now and then. But he's not a scorer. They don't have no second scorer.
He didn't have a reliable, not even a John Starks level number 2. Not even.
Philly was a defensive team. They was a defensive team. Everybody on that team played D. That's why nobody could score. And AI just go crazy, dropping 50 and 40, and they win. Because they lose 8s and 10s every now and then they score 10 and 12. That mean they hot.
Oh, Jermaine. Yeah, but he was also young, Jermaine Jones.
Yeah, Jermaine O'Neal was off the bench. He was young as shit.
Yeah, Todd McCullough was young too. Not that he was anything special, but he was very young too, you know.
Man, that starting 5 was 4 wheelchairs and AI. I don't care what nobody tell me. They was hurt.
That's true.
They was hurt when they got to the chip. Go back and look. Every one of them was like 70% hurt. Every one of them, even AI.
And listen, I had some sour grapes because I'm Kevin Ollie. I remember Kevin Ollie? He played in like every NBA team, but
I'm telling you, listen, he went there with a team.
They went to Reggie Miller, didn't they? Or
that was like the bad news Bears that went to the fucking chip. True story though. Legitimately.
Do you remember who did they beat at the conference final? Was it Reggie Miller or was it New York?
Oh shit, I can't remember. You're right. Who did they beat to get to LA? Who? It had to be Indiana. It had to be Indiana. It had to be Indiana because Nick.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I had some sour grapes, man, because I'm the biggest Reggie Miller fan you'll ever find in your life.
But you got to understand, Oscar. I mean, irony. You got to understand some irony.
He got his chance too. You know.
You got to understand irony. You got to understand in the sport of basketball, that's different than boxing. You know what I mean? There's a lot of basketball players I'm talking about legendary. But there's a feat in basketball. It's a real serious thing. You got to win the chip. Like, you see a large one, all of them is great because they won. After a while, they won. See, Barkley, when you see them talking, it's always a thing because Barkley ain't win the chip. He could talk to Kenny Smith, Shaq. He could talk to they could all laugh and joke. And that's why when they get real serious, you see Kenny Smith always throw the chip in there because you didn't win the chip. And you was there. It's not that you wasn't there. You was there. And you didn't win. But then again, in his defense, he gonna say, like they say in boxing, well, I lost to Jordan, so it's all right. It's not. No, it's not all right. It's not. You just didn't win. You can say it's all right, but it's really not. You didn't win because you was there. That's what you was going for. That's just keeping it 100. Every player in the NBA, if you at the finals, you want to win. You don't want to lose because you're playing against Chicago. You don't give a fuck about Chicago right now in the finals. I'm trying to win. If I beat them, you know how much crowd I'm going to get beating them than losing from them? That should be the fucking objective. But maybe it's not. I don't know. Because today's sports is just weird. But me personally, I want to win. You think I'm going to training camp and going to basketball training? You think I'm doing all this shit to get a glorified loss? You for real? No, a glorified loss. Is you for real? Come on, man. That's why we be saying people throw fights like Charlo. He just went in there to get the check. Because it looks like that. Because you can't fake boxing. You can fake the media. You can fake all that shit. You cannot fake boxing. When you get in that ring, we all gonna know if you did camp right. Everybody gonna know this when they can see you in the ring. Boxing is one of the most fitted sports you have to be getting in the ring. Facts, 100% facts. Everybody will see every flaw if you get in this ring and fight somebody. I promise you that. You can fight a bum. You can fight a good person. It don't matter, but it's gonna show in the ring. That's why Crawford always say, my pop said, ain't no joke in that ring. We don't play in the ring. We're in that ring, we fight. Dead serious. Motherfuckers are here fighting. It ain't no game. True story though. It's like you walk into the supermarket, I ain't going to get an arm juice, and somebody punch you in the face. You in the supermarket trying to save your life at this point, right? Because you don't know what's up with this dude. As you fighting them playing like you're going to lose on purpose, you trying to really, really hurt this dude because you're in a fight. Like it's a mental thing. You're in a fight. Anybody in a fight to me, they be like, okay, I'm fighting Irony, so it's cool to lose. I can't fuck with you. Right or wrong. I can't. I just can't. I don't care if you was the Joe Blow on the block, the biggest dude on the block. If me and you got into a tussle, I'm trying to beat you. Facts, 100% fact. I'm not trying to lose, though. I'm not trying to lose, so that's 100%. I'm definitely trying to win. Yo, if anything. The hell we fighting for, Irony? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
If I'm not trying to win, why am I in the sport? Why am I fighting for a sport that got a trophy, but I'm not trying to win a trophy? Why am I in the sport fighting? Why am I playing basketball if I don't want to win a chip?
That's a principle to have. Like if you're not in this, and I'm gonna bring this up just for a quick second, just to emphasize your point. Like the in wrestling, whenever there's a hot prospect that's coming up, they tell him in the reality shows, they tell everybody, they tell them, if you're not here to be number one, you might as well just walk out the door. And that's a principle that you need, bro. Like seriously.
I'm like, yo, if you think that if you had a boxing gym and you got a prospect in there and you come in there and you be like, yo, look, man, I'm gonna train you, man, but it's all right if you lose, though, man, as long as you lose to people that's really good. You really think that I will give you money to train me? Is you serious? No, for real. If losing isn't anywhere in the conversation, I am not being here. I want to be around winners. You can call it selfish, what you want to call it. But this is a challenging sport, a competitive sport. I want to win. I can go in my house and cook food and don't be in no competition, and it don't got to be good or not because I'm not in a competition. But if I'm in a competition, I want to win. So I don't glorify losing. So like you say, Lomachenko, you trying to put somebody in a Hall of Fame, glorify of the big names that he lost to. That just don't make sense.
But it's not just that, Oster. We were just talking about that, but it's not just that.
What else is it?
Bro, he beat a prime 26-0 with about 20 KOs Gary Russell. Okay, that was his third or fourth professional fight.
So can I ask you a question? Is Gary Russell Hall of Fame right now?
Well, he's on his way. I would say he's on his way.
Is Gary Russell Hall of Fame right now?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. Go to the next one. I just want to say, go to the next one.
Guillermo Rigondo.
Is he Hall of Fame right now?
For sure.
Okay, go to the next one.
Let's see. We got Masayoshi Nakatani, who's the guy that beat Felix Verdejo. No, he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's a tough motherfucker. Okay. Mm-hmm. We got Jorge Linares, who's a common opponent with Devin Haney, who's legit, who's a former world champion. I don't know if he's I'm not sure. I don't know too much about him.
Cool. No problem. I'm not knocking it. No problem.
The Me Too tech, but okay.
You can stop whenever you want because this is gonna get worse at this point. It's gonna get worse. The names gonna get worse.
I don't have the names on the top of my head. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, they're gonna get worse though. They're gonna get worse. I'm telling you because you named the ones that got a name. What I'm trying to say is this: none of those guys is definite Hall of Fame. None of them, and if they was a definite Hall of Fame, they still don't got a better record than Devin Haney. So what I'm saying is this:
he's a Hall of Famer, bro.
Okay, he could, but you got a better record than Devin Haney.
Let me see, because he's really small.
Is his resume better than Devin Haney's?
23-3. He beat the shit out of Nonito Donaire. He beat the shit out of the Nonito Donaire.
See, here we go again. That just ain't paying no attention to the losses. Bro. But hear me out. We not paying no attention to the losses. We paying attention to who he fought. Okay, cool. We can play this game. Now, listen. What I'm saying is this. Nobody on Lomachenko list was better than Devin Haney on record or in a fight. Because you talking about somebody that need to be in the Hall of Fame. Look, this is fly. This is funny.
Okay, let's say that's true. I'm not saying that it's not. Let's say that's true. Okay, so does that automatically mean that he doesn't go to the Hall of Fame because he doesn't have anybody up to par with Devin Haney?
That should be one of the things. And then what I'm saying is this, though. No, it's not the thing. It's about him personally. You got to personally do shit to get in the Hall of Fame. You can't get in the Hall of Fame carried off other people's name. The Hall of Fame is about accolades. It's about what you did in the ring. If you accomplished it or if you didn't accomplish it, that's what makes you a Hall of Famer. Because you did the impossible. So when you get in the ring, like why do you think they say Crawford is on Mount Rushmore? Because in some people's eyes, he's done the impossible. He stepped up and beat Canelo. If he would have lost to Canelo, they would have been cool to say everything they need to say about him because he lost to Canelo. They wouldn't care about him stepping up. They only care about wins and losses. That's it. Buffalo went to the chip 4 times in a row. No history in the world in football ever did that. But they lost 4 times in a row. That's why you don't hear about it. That's why it's not talked about being iconic. You can get there all day, but if you don't win, is the thing. You don't win, and people try to downplay winning to the point where losing to a good person is better than winning from a good person. Seriously. Losing to Canelo, you'll get more clout than beating Canelo. That's crazy. It's a fact, though, but it's crazy. It don't make any sense. Trust me, it don't make sense, but it's a fact, though. It's 100% fact. That's why I say wins and losses, it used to matter. It don't matter now. It depends on the fighter. Because this fighter can lose.
Remember that Lomachenko's not that big to begin with, so you're stuck in those lower weights. When he fought Devin Haney, he was way smaller than Devin Haney and older than Devin Haney. So you're older and smaller. They're younger and bigger than you, and you still give him hell, and you don't find any merit in that?
Let me ask you a question. Did they fight free weight or they fought in a weight class?
What was it? I can't remember right now, but I think it was a weight class.
Well,
yeah, because it was for
quite naturally, 98% of boxing matches is inside of a weight class. I've never seen a boxing match where somebody said, "I'm a fight."
If it's a catch weight or not, right?
No, I'm just asking because you said Devin Haney was this and Lomachenko was small. I'm cool with that. I'm not going to knock that, but I'm saying, like, did they fight in a weight class? Because the way you said it was, he was small and Devin Haney was 180 and he was this and that. Like, it wasn't no limit. It wasn't no weight class. They didn't have to reach no kind of limit. So what I'm saying is this: if they had a weight class with no rehydration cause, or whatever the case is, Lomachenko might go in there at 135 or 130, and he might be a little person. Devin Haney might be a motherfucker that can make 130 and go to 150. I mean, that's why I say, is it a weight class? Because all that shit could be situated in the media. You could sit there and say, yo, we got a rehydration clause. Tank do it all day. So if you don't do that, don't tell me after the fight. Don't tell me after the fight, oh, he this and he that, he that. So all those is reasons why he lost, is what I'm saying. You telling me all this because he lost. What if he won? Would you be saying, oh, man, he was little, man, this and that, and he won. Devin Haney's supposed to win, because you won't be saying that. You'll be like, Lomachenko is the GOAT because he beat a big Devin Haney. That would be literally the conversation. It's trying to be that now. What a loss. And you got to remember, Irony, that was damn near 5 fights ago. We still talking about that shit.
Yeah,
for real. That's crazy.
It was a fight of the year contender. If it did he make fight of the year? At least it was a contender for fight of the year. I mean,
so you telling me
this needs to be mentioned because we can't. This is just me, obviously, because I can't be as high as I am on Devin Haney. Oh, but then the guy that gave him hell, oh no, he wasn't that. Like, I can't do that. You know,
No, I don't know why.
we
I
either
don't know
go this
why.
way or that
Yo,
way.
irony. I don't know why you can't do that. I don't know why. Cause see, listen.
Well,
One thing is
or Devin Haney ain't that great. You have to say that then, because if this guy wasn't that good, then
irony.
this guy ain't that good either. You know.
All right, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? All right. You ever heard of like somebody having a bad day?
Sure.
I'm just saying, like, however, right? Somebody got a bad day, but they win. So now people will literally judge. Maybe Devin Haney was off his game. Maybe they did this with Terrence Crawford with fucking Majimov. Oh, Terrence Crawford ain't such just because he was on a streak of UDs and knocking out. Just that's the only reason. It's not purely about his performance because he won. They put behind it with that, but he ain't knock him out. He off. This and that. Just because he didn't follow that tradition, fuck him coming up a weight class. Fuck him doing all that fighting a champion that everybody says is the number one champion. Same person that's him that switches feet and throw punches and give him so much. Fuck all that. He won. UD. He didn't stop him. One side of his resume, which was a stop, but his other side of the resume is all UDs. There's no controversial wins. So people get narratives to just make shit up like it's not in black and white. That's why I can argue Crawford all day long. You won't Google him. I'm telling you, a lot of people ain't got mirrors in their house.
I'm glad you said Crawford, because part of the unbelievable achievement that was beating Canelo Alvarez and, becoming undisputed in 68 and all that, that's gravy. Okay, obviously. But the amazing accomplishment of Terrence Crawford doing that is, number one, he's older than Canelo. Number two, he's smaller than Canelo. And number three, he's coming up to face Canelo. Well, maybe you disagree, but that to me encompasses how much of a great accomplishment that was for Terrence Crawford, right? And Loma essentially did the same thing except come up with the victory and came within an eyelash of coming with the victory. I don't know, man. I guess you see it your way, I see it my way.
So what you telling me is that you accept second best.
Somebody gotta lose.
So you telling me if I was your little brother, you had two little brothers, right? And you was the sport of them. And so they came up second best, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. You can be cool with that. But you're not trying to be number one. So why are you in a sport? Why are you even up here at number two if you're not trying to be number one? You could have been number 19. If that's not your goal, is what I'm saying. I don't let that shit mix me up, Irony. I'm telling you, people do it all the time. They would do some shit and make it seem like you bugging out the way you think. No, I'm not bugging out. I know why I like this. It's a competition. We all watch this fight for somebody to win or lose. But then when somebody loses, then there's no problem with losing. So why are we watching the fight? Why are we arguing about who we like if we don't give a fuck if we lose or not? Why are we arguing? Why people break their TVs and if they don't care if Canelo lose or not? So that's all that shit is just a bunch of bullshit, man. I'm telling you, man. That's just a bunch of cat, man. I don't get into that shit because you're fronting. You know what I mean? You're bullshitting. You're not keeping it 100. You can't accept a loss, then you can't keep it 100. If Crawford, they want you to accept Crawford loss though. If he would have lost, they want everybody to accept that. It's like I told you so. He was bigger. It would have been all that. But when they win, it get crazy because people really wanted you to lose, no matter what they talking about. And when it comes to Tank the same way. I mean, I will call all these boxers out because they all the fucking same, my guy. I'm not hating on nobody. I'm talking about the sport of boxing. Tank, you the same way. You got the boxing God fucked you around. You did all that bullshit fighting. You want to do this, you don't want to get a rematch. He left your ass again, like Crawford said, again, sitting on your ass with no check. All that shit you talking about, but you ain't got no check. But in another conversation, they be like, yo, it's about the money. Can't be. because Tank got a check. He run into brick walls every now and then. He duck Lamont Roach. Tank could have got way more money fighting Lamont Roach than he got fighting Jake Paul, because his next 2-3 fights, if he was that good, like people say, you know what I mean? But I don't believe that. I know Tank is a hell of a fighter. He got all the attributes. I'm talking about as a complete fighter, he have all that, but he don't got that heart. He don't believe in himself.
Tank, I'm gonna say one thing, and then I'm gonna let T Hill get in there. God bless you, T Hill. Tank Davis is, to me, dangerously close to being in that basket of wasted talent. Dangerously close. But T Hill, how you doing, brother? Happy New Year. God bless.
Man, Happy New Year. God bless.
Awesome. Great to have you, brother.
What up, T Hill? Happy New Year, homie.
What's good with you, man? Go on and continue your rant, baby boy. I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying, like, because if you just me, if you're talking about Tank, it's like, listen, man, this is how things work, like a clock. This wine this, this wine that, this wine that, and everybody knows the time it is. You understand what I mean? But behind the clock, it's all little fixtures to go so you can tell time. And this is what I say about Tank is like, if you that guy or if you not, because you can't play with boxing. Outside of boxing, you can play. This is why he's running outside of boxing, doing all this bullshit, and don't want to get in the ring with certain people because he know you can't play in boxing. You can assume he's good as he is and this and that. All that shit is about perception. It's all fine and dandy. Yes, he presumed to be the best. This and that prospect. Okay, that's fine and dandy. You know what I mean? The NBA players got drafted that turned to shit. It's just a perspective. It's a projection. You know what I mean? Meteorologists should come out and tell you it's going to be fucking a snowstorm. It's going to be highly sunny. Motherfuckers having weddings and it's a blizzard. Some professions don't mind if you're wrong. Like, it's a prediction. So I'm saying, like, in the sport of boxing, you can't fake the sport of boxing. You can't play with boxing in the ring. Outside the ring, like Tank do, you can talk all that shit, but you're not getting inside the ring with none of these dudes. Nobody. You get in the ring with who you want to get in the ring with. Not nobody you ever talk about. And that's what I'm saying. When you start seeing it for what it is and stop putting it, okay, Tank, those is fans, man. Oh, it's the promoters. Everybody but Tank. But in another instance, Terrence Crawford called Spence. Everybody know that. And they made that bad. Spence shouldn't have did it. He shouldn't have did that. They made that bad. But what I see is that you can actually call a motherfucker and get a fight. They just missed that, though. Yes, you can just call that dude, yo, what's up? I want to fight. And that dude can sit there and tell his motive, this is what I want to fight next, period. I pay you, nigga. You don't pay me. I pay you. You get money off of my fight. You don't pay me to fight. Like, stop the bullshit, man. It's a bunch of cap, if you ask me. Get here. I know you want to cook. Get here. Rock out.
Go ahead, T Hill. We were getting.
Well, shit. I was up in there texting. I ain't gonna even lie, dog. Cause we talking basketball too, and
yep.
I seen them up in there talking about Portland, nigga. That Portland team had 8 Hall of Famers on that team. On I won't say but on the Lakers squad was Kobe and Shaq and a bunch of other pieces that was put together, and not skillfully, might I add, because they should have put more shooters on that team. And to see them beat that team, boy, that was pretty special. Now I will admit, before I get into the damn boxing, because I have a different perspective, but I understand where you're coming from with that. I think that the year that Sacramento, that when they gave them that comeback on that thing, I thought that seriously the Lakers benefited from a lot of bad officiating. And it looked
they had like 25 free throws in the fourth quarter, bro.
They did. Now, that being said, if they hit one free throw, they win the game, in spite of them being pretty much jobbed in that damn game. But that's how great the Sacramento team is. But the truth is, going through that West, there was 4 teams that was every bit as good, if not better. I think they were better than the Lakers. They just only had Kobe and Shaq, and that was the true difference between.
Yeah, they had better teams, but they had the two best players. Go ahead.
Yeah, they did, and that was enough most times to get them over the hoop. If they would have put shooters around Kobe and Shaq, it would have been impossible to beat them people. Would have been impossible because you had to double team Shaq. You had to run 3 at Kobe. That means niggas is wide open. They gotta hit shots. They gotta make the right cut. But anyway, on that tip, man, you know what? I will say this again, and I will always lead with this because this is what the masses have purported. If indeed Tank is done being a fugitive and is no longer on the run from the police, and the police finally release the footage or do something with the footage that they're holding on and either lock him up or he gets vindicated and nothing really took place, then this year coming up, Tank got a lot of fights that he has to make because of last year being a waste. This year that went by is not looked at in a favorable light. You know what major part is that? Because Tank and more so the PBC didn't have a big part in this year. And that shows you the effect of Tank. Likewise, the things that are often held towards Tank, when you look at the scope of things, his contemporaries, the people he got to prove himself against that don't really have to prove themselves against him or one another, they got the similar things that everybody hold Tank to. Tank is a little older than them. 3 over Shakur, 4 over Dev, but that's not big of a deal. So the age demographic is still the same. He just needs to get himself focused and go through whatever he has been going through to get back in the ring. And if he can't, then it is what it is. But that being the case, I don't think that there is anything special given or afforded to him. I think, if anything, the standard is held against him more so than it is any other fighter. Let's look at what's going on. Who is best opponent for Shakur Stevenson?
Great question.
Who is the best opponent for Shakur Stevenson?
I mean,
at 135, right?
Well, at any weight, within the course of his career, who has been, because he's been fighting the names that, he's been giving us the fights that we want to see. Dev has been giving us the fights that we want to see. T.O. has been giving us the fights that we want to see. So Tank is the only one who's not giving us the fights we want to see, when all of boxing truly isn't giving us the fights we want to see.
Facts.
But like what I say, when you ask that question, I personally believe Dev and Tank will be the biggest fight. Shakur and Tank, public for the people want to see that because I don't know why. Because they don't believe Shakur. I don't know. That's a bunch of hate. But I think that Dev and Tank, at the time when they were supposed to fight, would have been the biggest fight, just based on Dev's resume and his credentials. That would have been the biggest fight. I think beating Dev inside the real sport of boxing, beating Dev would be more than beating Shakur right now in boxing. If for the people, for the casuals, it would be cool for him to beat Shakur. But for the real boxing pugilists, I think that beating Dev, because you'll be beating an undisputed motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it would just be more.
How possible that is, because Devin is at 47, right? So
hey, it's possible.
No, I said at the time. I said at the time. Not now.
It's still possible, but it means both would have to make some concessions. I'll tell you this. I agree with what you said, but I still believe the better fight is Shakur versus Tank. I think the bigger fight will be Dev versus Tank because of all of the history behind it, the histrionics. But let me say this, because I know you can pull up stuff on your computer, correct, Irony?
Yeah.
Pull up Dev's fight resume. We're gonna pull up Shakur's resume. We're gonna go over, and then we can remember Tank is guilty of fighting, quote unquote, and this is disrespectful as hell, but I'm gonna say it, slow, flat-footed Mexican fighters. Now, some people say that the greatest fight for Shakur is Cepeda, and guess what his grandpa said in his corner? He's too slow to keep up with you, so his feet are slow. He said his hand speed is really, really slow. Don't compare to yours. He's on the front foot, flat-footed, and he happens to be Mexican.
Hey, yo, listen, and
technically, by definition, a slow, flat-footed Mexican fighter. Then we're gonna go through all of their rosters, and we're gonna see who really is that dude that they fought. That Tank really would show Tank a hard time. Because I want to dispel all of this stuff, because none of these people have been fighting the fights that we want to see. I think that Devin has one fight more, and now Tio with Shakur, that's going to be a hell of a good fight. But I don't think they all have mind-blowing resumes, and I don't believe they've been giving us the fights we want to see. I don't think boxing, for the most part, has, and I don't even think Turkey has, bro, that people have been saying. So I think it's a misnomer, and I believe it's that way because the person who has been dominating the sport happens to look like you and me, Oster, and they can't stand that. So guess what
That's 100% fact. That's it. That's what it is. Now, I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to Tank and Shakur and all that, a lot of that shit, to me, it be hype. I don't think nobody even really give a fuck who win or lose. To be honest with you, I think they just want to knock each other off because they both is on top and it helps other fighters. This ain't no bullshit. I mean, because boxing, see, when I talk, I'm not talking from a racist point. I'm talking from a cultural point. It's a cultural political sport. It's okay to say, like, because if you Mexican, you want your Mexican to win. I'm not saying all Mexicans, but some Mexicans only like boxing based on their country. Some Ukrainian people only like the boxer because he's a champion now in their country. And they could go to the right. Who you think they're going to root for? Somebody else? They don't know about boxing. So it is a cultural political thing. There's no problem with that because you're not talking to people that understand boxing and just racist. No, you're talking to people that don't understand boxing and like the boxer because he from where they from.
Yeah.
Okay, so with you saying that, what has Boots done that makes him as hated as he is?
He's a Black American fighter. Every Black American fighter that got a 0 is hated on. Look at Devin Haney, Boots, Crawford. Look, it's playing it right in people's face.
The Boots one is the one that I understand the least. Just to jump in real quick, because
exactly, it makes no sense, right? It makes no sense, right?
Not even a little bit, because I mean, I can see, for example, Tank, he doesn't do himself any favors outside of the ring, and maybe Shakur making a comment here and there, but Jerome Boots is, for the most part, as I see, not everyone is gonna talk a certain way. This kid is, pretty articulate, pretty chill. He's not cursing all the time. He just conducts himself the way that he conducts himself. That doesn't mean he ain't a killer. Like, people, I don't know why people treat the two of those as if they're, you don't have to sound like Ricardo Mayorga to be a killer.
Because you look at it, if you look at it in a different set of lens. And people don't like to look at things in this set of lens because people believe that other people would think that it's like racist. It's not racist. You'll know something that's racist. You'll know a racist motherfucker when you see him, opposed to a discriminatory person. You should know, if you're walking around this world, you better know the difference between a race and somebody that discriminate. You should know that. So now what I'm saying is this. Boxing is a cultural political sport, and I don't care what nobody say. It is what it is. This is the reason why any other boxer but a Black American boxer can have losses on his record and still be considered a champ. Name one boxer that y'all know that's Black American that got losses in today's time that they consider a champ.
Consider a champ? Let me think.
I'll wait. Hey, yo, listen, not to wait too long.
Lamar Roach?
Who?
Lamar Roach?
No. What do you mean Lamar Roach? You mean about that?
He's got one loss to Jamel Herring.
Who consider Lamar Roach a champ?
Say that again?
Who consider Lamar Roach a champ?
Oh, I thought you said, I'm sorry. I thought you said champ. I just consider a champ. You said can? What did you say?
No, like a champ. Like, listen, all I'm saying is this. There's no Black American fighters that you can name right now. I'm going to tell you something. It's so bad as Black American fighters that has no losses and they still don't consider them a champ. Like Boots. They still say Virgil's the A-side like Boots. It's 100% fact.
But that's what he was saying. He was saying that it doesn't make sense because for Boots is actually trying. He's been actively seeking fights. He's been trying to push for bigger fights. He just hasn't been able to get it. Most of it because of who was representing him, and then now the switch in the representation, and that leads to some difficulties that's being made. But most of it really is because at one point in time, while he was being managed by what's his name, Duncan, what's his name?
I know who you're saying, but I don't have the name.
Who just passed away?
I know, but what I'm saying here is this.
You want me to say? Do you want me to tell you what the real problem with Boots Ennis is? Just in one, I'll let you go in a second, Oster. He's too good for his own good, fellas. That's the problem with Boots Ennis. He's too good for his own good. It's the same thing with Jao Petaya. They're too good for their own good, fellas. That's my assessment.
Well, my assessment with Boots is like I got two assessments of Boots. One is just talking about Boots himself, like you bullshitting and you ain't fighting him. Because I know boxers can call boxers and make a fight. I just know that, and I'm not gonna have nobody make me that I don't know that. That's like that's not a fact. It is a fact. It's 100% fact. And this is when it comes to how much you believe in yourself, because it's a fact. Nobody will sit there in a competition sport and don't get their chance for glory and blame it on everybody else. It's people.
So, Oster, how do you know that to be a fact? Though? I just want to know.
Because Crawford fought Spence.
So, okay, let me go with that one just for a quick second, and I'll let you cook. And Oster, I know that you onto it a little bit, but I want to explain how come that was the case. That was a big fight to be made. People wanted to tap in and tune in, and they knew that they could make money off of that. Spence had a bigger fight lined up. And because of an injury, he wasn't able to make that fight and lost out on that payday. And even though they did substitute and make money off it, it wasn't the money that they could. But the breadwinner for the company at that time was Spence, and he was denied that opportunity. So I think that gave him a little bit more leverage to go in there and supersede that decision to say, nah, let's not concede to what he's asking for and make the fight. But if he would have got that Pacquiao fight, I don't think that fight with Crawford would have panned out the way that Crawford was moving. I think that it would not have been made because Crawford had agreed to everything and then went and turned and made in the same month that he agreed to everything that they did and said and proposed, he went and made another fight with somebody else and made them fight a whole year later. I don't think they would have conceded because they would have gotten the payday from the Pacquiao fight.
Okay, now I got that. I got that. Now I'm gonna tell you my perspective of that. Now I remember that time. Okay. Man, let's get off of Crawford for a minute, okay? Because we can't say nothing about Crawford when it comes to fighting before he fought Spence, because he was on the other side of the street. And that is 100%. This is all in Spence's hand. Spence is the one that wanted to fight Pacquiao and end up not fighting him, fighting Ugas because of whatever it is. That's all this is Spence's plan. Spence wanted to fight Pacquiao, this and that, fight him, and go fight Canelo. We forgot that? Remember this. That was Spence's plan because Spence was in control. He was the face of boxing. He on the A side. He fighting all the names because all the names on the A side. All that shit was a mirage. It was all a mirage because every time one of them stepped over there to fight Crawford, they lost. Every time. Those are facts. Now, that politics shit behind the scene and all that is a bunch of BS. So when you say when Crawford went to fight BLK with the Spence joint, but you got to remember, boxing is not about basketball. It's not a schedule thing. It's not like I'm fighting you on the 13th. It's not like that. It's about when we make the deal. So if you sit here planning on fighting Pacquiao and doing all this, you're not thinking about me because your trajectory is towards Pacquiao. So me sitting over here, I'm already done for a whole year. I'm not going to sit here all day fucking with you. I'm going to take a fight. And then you can't say you wanted to fight me because you still fought other people. I had to call you to get the fight. That's the point. That's the 100% fact. And so on Spence side, real quick, I'll let you go right now. On Spence side, when his shit fell through, you took the fight. That's how I see it. Because you wasn't planning on it. You was planning on fighting Pacquiao. You had a whole nother plan.
No, the Pacquiao fight was before the Crawford. He missed out on that fight because he got hurt. He wasn't trying to fight him after that because Ugas had already beat him. So he was trying to make the fight with Crawford, and then Crawford pulled out of it and made the other fight with Ebony.
Look, what I'm saying is this. Remember, the Spence and Crawford thing been going on. People make it seem like they just wanted to fight the last year. It's been going on for 5 years. It's been a lot of fights in between. That's why they move the way they move, because me and you under your contract with your people, your first 4 years when Crawford got out his deal, that's when he started making his own moves. And people just try to act like this is not a fact. The boxing is fun. It's like hustling. Everybody's on their own. You know what I mean? Spence could be in the deal, out of the deal. You motherfuckers don't know. You could train. You get out that train and train over here. You get what I'm saying? So at the time, remember when Crawford wanted to fight, it's 5 years. So Spence over here, he under the contract, so he ain't fucking with nobody at the time. So Crawford running into the brick walls. I'm not talking for Crawford. I'm not talking because I'm a fan of Crawford. I'm just talking about facts. You know, it's a brick wall. I gotta eat. I'm gonna fight over here. Crawford says it all the time. He like, yo, such. He said when I called Spence on the phone, because you know what Spence had going on fell through. And y'all gotta remember, Spence wanted to be undisputed. Crawford was already undisputed. Spence had a whole strap season campaign. And they say, oh, he gave Crawford a shot. No, he went and won the 3 belts. He had to fight Crawford because he wanted to be undisputed. Crawford was already undisputed at 140. He was already undisputed. He just wanted to fight Spence 5 years ago. But the way Spence did it, it just came with undisputed. Because you wanted to go on strap season, running around and fight. You could have fought me 4 years ago and got that belt back or won back or whatever the case is. But you choose that. That's you, Spence. You the A fighter. You choose every move. Stop putting it on Crawford. That's crazy when people talk like that. That's crazy. I'd be like, yo, Spence is the A side. He was the face of boxing. Why y'all keep talking about Crawford? Crawford told everybody, I called him on the phone. And Spence was, because on Spence side, remember Hill, on Spence side, everything fell through. It was no more people to fight. Pacquiao was fighting. It was no more. They made a deal. That's how I see it. It's okay, cool. Because this is the next big fight. Doesn't matter if it wasn't the biggest, it's the next biggest. Yes, sir. It's the next biggest. I can't get him. I'm gonna come get you. And it was that. It was the biggest fight because it's Errol Spence. He was the face of boxing. But you can't say Crawford wanted to fight him 5 years ago. 5 years after. He wanted to fight him 5 years ago before he was the face. When he was coming up. Those are just facts.
All right. I hear you. I think that in order for that fight to be made, because of the sides, as you said, because he didn't get out of his contract until the year that they was going to make that fight. And then it transpired a year later because Crawford went and took that other fight. But that being the case, he was factoring into fighting him because, you know, that was the last piece of the puzzle. And he was trying to get the belts from all the other cats on his side so that he can have that leverage against the bargaining place. Like, I got 3 of these belts. Let's go on and make this happen. Now you want to be called undisputed, you got to come through me. And I think that that's what he had said, and he pretty much held to that. The only thing that went wrong for him was the fact that, you know, there was a couple of injuries along the way that delayed the time. He had been there for a mighty long time, and, you know, Crawford used the leverage of that last piece against him. But that being the case, man, the fight got made because he wanted to be undisputed badly, and he was going to do whatever he could do because he missed out on opportunities of a big fight, and that was going to be a big fight. And he was like, no, I'm not going to pass up this bread and this opportunity to get this title before I move up. And shout out to Crawford, because Crawford actually helped him to make the fight, and then he actually took advantage of the situation. The fact that we haven't seen Earl since that fight, and we going on 4 years now, that's a little troublesome to me. And I don't think it's just because go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Now, I was just going to say, I don't think it's just because of the PBC being in bad shape like everybody wants us to believe. I don't know if Earl is really ready to get back. I don't think that he has been cleared to get back, and I think that he's trying to get back in the shape, but ring ready shape. But I don't know if it's been yet deemed that he is ready. But for whatever reason, he ain't been in the ring, and I think that it ain't because he just took a severe beating at the hands of Crawford. I think it's beyond that. And I thought that the night of the fight. But, I mean, that is neither here nor there. I think that these fights get made by the people who put on these fights. And just like my man Tech Dumb Dad said, we're talking about people who are really wealthy, and they're dealing with people who, some of these people who fight or happen to be rich, but they're not wealthy. But these wealthy people are manipulating the situation, and they're trying to do whatever they can do to get as much money off of these people with them getting as little as possible. And the thing that really floats their boat is that by fighting with certain folks, they get these fighters a greater piece of the puzzle, of the pie, than what they're willing to let them give. And then by making these fights, these people get to see how much money they can stand to get if they do fight under a different business plan and model. So I think that more so than anything is the great divide. I think that's more so why we're not getting the fights. Then I think that it gets exacerbated by the fans and the pundits, because they don't have a clue of what's really going on behind those closed doors.
So what I'm saying is this. Is that exactly what you just said. That's exactly what I'm talking about. What you just said is exactly what I mean. I don't even got to repeat it, because you talking about dealing with a faulty product, and you talking about making people believe that this product is like this, and it's not. Because this is why we're not having this fight. So it's not about all that bullshit, because when they fought, you're seeing the disparity, like, man, this is not even like a close fight. Like, what the fuck? But nobody thinks about, maybe this is the reason why they wanted him to be last. Because you got to understand, these people is inside the sport of boxing. They know what's going on. They know who's dominating. They know, because they got a product. They're like, man, I'm not letting him fight him. Same way De La Hoya doing motherfucking Virgil. It's a reason why him and Boots ain't in the fight and he fighting everybody else. It's a reason. Because it can't be about money.
For the same reason that Zurdo ain't fighting Opetaya, bro. He knows.
Yeah, it can't be about money, because we know this is the biggest fight. So we can't keep switching the narrative about, oh, this is about money, but this ain't. No, it can't be. This is the biggest fight. Everybody wanted. We've been through this shit 100 times with Mayweather and Pacquiao, Crawford and Smith. We done been through this. We know what it is. There's no reason for them not to be fighting.
Okay, bet. But let me show you how I know. Even in house, it plays that way. Because remember irony, why while they were trying to put that fight together between Shakur and Valdez at 30, what was the promoter, the one that was the head of them, saying about that fight? He was saying that a unification fight was a stupid fight. It made no sense. Now, how is unifying the belt stupid and making no sense?
But it makes sense if you face not to cut you off, Tom.
Facing a belt holder from the same.
If you facing a black American, there's going to be every reason in the world. I'm telling you, this is a fact. It's not racist. It's 100% fact. 100%. Just look at it. You say Shakur Cepeda, and you see what happened when they fought. You see, there's a reason why they didn't want them to fight. But sometimes you be forced to. You can duck in boxing for years. It's already known. You can,
Oster, from a promoter standpoint, this is not gonna sound good, okay? And it sucks for me to even say it. Trust me. But from a promoter standpoint, bro, you know this as well as I do. You wouldn't be in any hurry to fight Butsenis either, bro, if you were promoting Virgil.
But this is what I'm saying. I'm not bugging. That's what I'm saying. I'm not tripping. I'm telling the truth. I'm not tripping. It's just that people
just like you wouldn't be in any rush to fight Jai Opetaya either. Believe me.
But that's what I'm saying. When you got any kind of opponent that's there, like, people know who you have. You know the ability of your opponent. You train him, and you know boxing. You see other boxers. You would love to train this dude because you know he's really good. You don't really want to put him in there with your boxer because, like you said, Thomas, I got to juice this more. I can juice it. I'm not running to loopholes because he's good, but he's not that good to beat this person. So long as I can duck him, I'm gonna do that. I'm going to give every excuse in the world because I will lose my money. This is a money thing. It's interest. If I lose my fighter, what I got? There's a reason why Boots and Virgil is not in the ring, and it's not because they can't make a deal. It has nothing to do with that.
No, I agree with that. I was just saying that, a lot of things be at play because even within the own same promotional ranks, you had Shakur, you had Valdez. They were both under top rank. Both of them were champions at 30. Bob did not want to make that fight because he didn't want to consolidate the belts, because that means there's less opportunities for his prospects that he's trying to get to come to his company to have an opportunity to fight for a belt. But if there's two, then I can make a fight for this prospect, and I can make a fight for this prospect, and I got open avenues. Now, if it's the case they're in the same company, now we'll talk about a Virgil Ortiz versus Boots, or Zerto versus Jai Alpataya. If my company is really hinged upon these two fighters, if there are two of the maybe three that I got that, you know, I can market, and I put them in a fight that I don't think that they're really going to win, not only does it make my stock look weak, but they're going to take the leverage that I actually have. So it's going to be hard to make them fight. So what I will do is dress it up like he don't really want to fight and they don't really want to fight, and I'm gonna try to make as many fights as possible I can to keep maximizing his opportunity to win and look good without having to get up in there with that brother or that sister or whatever the case may be. And that's definitely going to be the route, because their company hinges on the stardom of these couple of fighters. And that's been a problem, because you could see it in when it's on the same damn promotional banner. They didn't want to put that fight together between Valdez and what's the name? The dude didn't want to show up to the promotion. He said he was against it.
Yeah,
and he only stood there for fun. Go ahead.
Remember, Canelo and I'm gonna show you a good example. Remember Canelo and Oscar, right? Remember he was together? Canelo was the guy, right? Remember he was the guy. Oscar, he was the guy. They ain't together. And remember Oscar started saying, yeah, I know he can't win. We kept him away from. Remember the leader said, yeah, we kept him away from these kind of fighters because they, you know what I mean? People know what they working with. I guarantee you that. Niggas, motherfuckers know what they working with. Why do you think when they face Jordan, they be like, yo, oh God, we got to go play Jordan? People know what they working with. It's not a joke. It's for real. Hey, Thomas, when you grew up and you in school and you know the dude, you wasn't no punk, but you know it's another dude that ain't no punk. You know what I mean? But you know, if you get a beef with him, you gonna have to kick his ass because he, you know what I mean? So you try to avoid him. You know what I mean? You try to avoid him. But at some point in this school fucking semester, you gonna get to me. I'm gonna have to kick your ass at some point. I'm telling you, it's no different in boxing. You can avoid it in a lot of ways, man. I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of avoiding.
I agree with that.
I got like 15 minutes left, then I gotta take an online class. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead, please.
Oh no. I was just gonna say, I feel you with that, man, and I'm not discrediting that. I think that, you know, like I said, these people like Tech Dundad said, and my man AR was saying, like Abdul Rahim, it's like, yo, these people who have wealth that has made their wealth off the backs of these people, and this has always been the case. Hell, you could look at the movie Gladiator. Mickey Frickies was making money off of the fact that these people was killing themselves, giving their lives for entertainment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the people, if they were fortunate, they could win their freedom.
Cinderella Man, bro, the Braddock movie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So like, this is what's been always the case, and these people are making money hand over foot. Look at your boy Bob Arum. Bob Arum gets the back end of whatever's going on. He gets the fight paid for because he's getting money for certain fights no matter what. So these people get a guarantee, and that's all they get. Whatever this fight generates, I get the rest of. Then you got this Mickey Fricky that says, hey, yo, you know what? If you trust us and you bank on yourself, you get to collect whatever we make at the back end. All you got to do is not take a big, huge guarantee and bank on us putting the promotion together and you guys putting up a product, and you will get paid. Now, you think about that. A person who's used to paying people pennies on the dollar and getting all the dollars on the dollars, they don't want to make a fight with somebody like that, because if it's under their banner, their promotional, I mean, their business cast, they get to see these people. They get to see these people actually get paid. And you know it's true, because after the Spence fight with Crawford, the nigga lost his mind. He said, dog, the money is like this. So imagine if I could get into a fight with Canelo. He just didn't know that Canelo was the a-hole that he is, and you're not going to get a lot of money off of Canelo because Canelo is the one who drives the sport right now. So, yeah, you're going to get more money than you're accustomed to, but he ain't make more money than he did up in that dang fight with Earl because that was all back-end bread. Canelo got all the bread up in that fight.
But that's how Canelo was. But look at I look at it this way. Now I look at it a funny way, right? Because you got to remember that when Crawford went to fight Spence, like let's not talk about the actual fight. That's what make people forget. If we talk about the fight, we're gonna forget the 5 years. So remember, Spence was the one that said the first thing he said was he wanted Spence to fight Canelo. That was the whole thing about him fighting Pacquiao. Smith wanted to fight Canelo because they both was the face. That's what everybody was like, saying such. So what Crawford did, he wasn't trying to fight Canelo. He was trying to fight Spence. I believe, and I'm not saying this was his plan, but I just believe that after he beat Spence, it triggered him to fight Canelo. Do you get what I'm saying? And I swear to God, I really believe because you never heard Crawford say nothing about Canelo at all. The first time he heard about Canelo, he said, "Nah, I'm not fighting Canelo. Canelo's too big." But it's a transition thing. It's not like a plan. It was one of the things like, okay, I went and fought Spence, and since he beat Spence the way he beat Spence, I believe in my head that's when Bill Haney said, "Yo, you should get Canelo."
Well, not only that, I think that Bill Haney knew how big Canelo really was, and he was the one to say, "Bro, he really not bigger than you, dog." And on top of that, he struggles with this. And I think that we can't. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
That's a fact. That's 100% Bill Haney. Yeah.
I think, like you said, also with the fact that there was going to be a matchup between Spence and Canelo because they was looking to do it at Cowboy Stadium and try to break records. Once that was the case, and once it was no longer the movement because of what happened with Crawford. Bill was like, "Hey, bro, he really ain't that big, and you know what? He really ain't that nice." And then the skull fight, icing on the cake.
I was just saying, I was not my feet.
Hey man, get them feet rubbed, bro. Get them feet rubbed, man. You know what I'm saying? It's New Year, bro.
Now it's the snow that was on my boot when I came back inside.
But yeah, I mean, in spite of all that, man, no, Canelo is a very good boxer, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't take nothing away from him. And I believe that Crawford is an exceptional boxer. And, it just so happened that he ain't much bigger than him. Matter of fact, I got reach on him, and I walk around at the size that he fights at almost all the time. So if I can condition myself and I can prepare myself, I could possibly win that fight. And shout out to him, because I'm gonna be honest with you, if he doesn't catch those blows on his arms and his gloves, I don't think he wins that fight. And I don't think the fight was as wide as many people say it was. I think it was much closer than it was. I just think that at the end it looked bad.
I had it pretty wide, but I can see why some people,
I seen a UD.
No, but I can see why some people would see it differently. Like I've seen the fight like 3 or 4 times already. Like I can, I can see.
I don't.
So with that, I'm gonna go for what you said. In seeing it 3 or 4 times, the first 5 rounds, they're close. You can give them to Canelo.
Get the fuck out of here.
Like I said, I can see.
Hold on, you didn't let me finish, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking with you though.
I think 1, 2, and 3 are very debatable. I think 4 is not. I think that was Crawford for sure. I think 5 was Canelo. I think 6 was Crawford. I think 7 was Canelo. I think 8 was Crawford, and then by 9 is where the switch happened. Because I thought that Canelo was winning 9, and then Crawford finished strong. And then 10, 11, and 12, he had him flustered, and the Mickey Fricky was out there looking lost. And you cannot give him them rounds. If you could give him them rounds, they would have given him the fight. I believe.
You know a round that's debatable with me with Canelo?
What's that?
11.
You think that round was debatable?
That was a good round.
I don't think so. I think he was so far flustered that Mickey Fricky was looking.
Yeah, he was
more,
frustrated, but that was the best round that he was actually, to me, he was definitely frustrated. I'm with you 100% with that, because Crawford was, you know what I mean, tagging him and fucking him up. But that was the most round I seen Canelo in that fight try to, like, I need these last 2 rounds, and that was the first one he tried to get. But Crawford just overpowered him with the punches and all that. You know what I mean? So, like you said, he ended up being delusional and confusing. But I think that's to me, if I would have gave any round to Canelo, I would definitely give him 11. Just because I'm looking at this nigga trying to get around everything Crawford doing. He's stopping and then reset. I'm talking about he's literally stopping, like he is stopping his tracks and then look like, okay, cool, let me try this shit again. And then get caught with some more shit. You know what I mean? And he's like, yo, that's why he said at the end, he said, man, nah, man, I tried everything in the book. Like, I just couldn't get through the door. You know what I mean? Certain things, when I say certain things, is just, I'm not a fan like that. Certain things is just facts. It's we looking at it. I'm never going to deny no shit like that. And like I say, for Canelo to be so great in people's eyes and so good in people's eyes, any round that be close, he should lose. Because Crawford would lose if it was a close round. And he's great. They would say he lost it just because he's great. It should not be a close round.
Part of the problem here from where I'm sitting is that Canelo has had so many benefits of the doubt.
Yes.
In the scorecards, like so many. And like, that just cannot be overlooked. That's an elephant in the room, to be honest with you.
That's 100%. I believe that.
Of course. And you think about it, like I said, the fight prior to the Crawford fight, if you're not a Canelo fan, a lot of people say they don't think he won the fight.
He did win that fight with Skull.
A lot of people thought that Skull outboxed him. I'm one of the ones who believed he got outboxed.
Me too.
Yeah.
I thought go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll wait till you finish.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
And this is why when I say, like, when people be like, yo, I'll be like, yo, listen, sometime if you put a different pair of lens on and see things with a different pair of lens on, you might understand what the motherfucker's saying. Like, we love boxing, not the boxer. So anything that I ever say is gonna be about the sport of boxing. So this is what I say when Crawford fought Canelo, you know what I mean? And people don't say this, but he continued with his normal thing. Y'all make it seem like, this and that. Y'all gave him more slack for fighting fucking Majimov than Canelo. Facts. 100% facts. This is our fans is delusional. It's like, yo, for Canelo to be so good and Crawford to beat him on a UD, we ain't talking about that. We talking about just the fight and all that. No, he beat Canelo Alvarez on a UD. I'm not taking nothing from Canelo at all. I'm just talking about the greatness of Crawford that we are not speaking of. That's what's bugging me out. Like, he beat him with a UD. He beat the face of boxing with a UD. A unanimous decision.
Let's give some. I'm sorry, Oster. Let's give some closing statements because unfortunately I gotta go. I gotta take an online class.
Bet. But can I start my closing statement? He beat him on a UD. And nobody says this. Nobody think about that. It's like this. Canelo was this great, and he coming here as a greater. Nobody worry about the post media when you went out a good fight and all that. What I'm talking about is facts. Is that I beat you, not on the controversial, not on the scorecard. It's a UD. That mean that, and you got to remember, you got the judges in your pocket, and every one of them betted against you. And we don't even consider this in conversations. We don't even nobody ever says about in this kind of perspective. And it's not taking nothing from Canelo. We just don't want to give Crawford the greatness of the greatness he's supposed to be at. And that's all due to what he's doing. That's not like narrative and none of this shit here. It's just real thing. And I think that if people would understand one real thing, they understand two real things, and then three real things, and we have a better conversation, it'd be a better place. It won't be a lot of narratives running around here. That's just me.
To heal?
Hey man, happy New Year to everybody.
Oh, Happy New Year's, y'all. My bad. Happy New Year's, y'all. Yeah, my bad.
Last year, it started with so much promise and it ended with a fizzle. It's like last year was the equivalent of a soda without the carbonation. It was just flat.
Tell me
It
about it.
had,
You ain't lie about that shit.
and a lot of that had to do because certain fights were not being made by certain people, and certain entities didn't have a big influence on it. We need to get these fights made. We need to get to the point where, these promoters work with one another. And I'm sorry, we got to stop believing in fables. There are no saviors. The system is broke and they got to fix it together. If they don't fix it together, then boxing will continue to waddle in mire and the muck that it's created because of greed. I think that in this chat, we've had people cook and talk about the real true enemy in this whole ordeal. And it's the people who hold the money and the power. They are the reason why these fights are not being made. And they are the reason why the narratives are out there spinning. And, we gotta push for the fights, man. I think like with anything, in order to affect people who make a ton of business, you gotta affect their pocketbooks. We gotta start clamoring for the fights. And we got to start recognizing when we're getting BS. We gotta let them feel it. Gotta let them know, because as long as we support the BS will continue. And unfortunately, with these fighters, a lot of them are being just taken advantage of, and that right there needs to be accountability, not just to the fighters, but to the bodies that sanction the fights, to the judges that judge the fights, the referees that ref the fights, and those who allow the nutrition, the training, and all this other stuff that takes place, all the strength and conditioning, all that needs to be regulated. And if you can fight for the belt, wherever you are in the world, you should be under the same standard. And we need to get better judging systems so that these people can get better judging vantage points. If that means that where they are, there's TVs that allow for them to see the fight live in living color, or if it's to elevate their positioning, they need to have also backup judges that will affect whether or not somebody has a wild ass scorecard and they can sub in somebody else, or do the averages of. They need to go back to gloving up the same day, and I think they need to get closer to the same day weigh-ins, man. And we need to get the damn supplementation under handle. And I think we need to get a body together of former figures in boxing that had the best interest in the sport in mind to regulate all the Mickey Frickies that make decisions. And last but not least, we need the fighters to go on up there and get the moxie that there used to be back in the days when the fights used to be made. And on that, man, you know what? Thank you, Define Irony One, for allowing for us to come up on this platform. I thank you, Oster 40, for giving us some of your content and your some of your viewpoints. Thank everybody in the chat, especially Tech Dumb Dad. I'm glad to hear from him. I haven't heard from him in a long time. And my man Abdul Rahim, fire content that you guys provided to the chat, man. And if you don't know, there is a like button. You can like that bad boy. There is a chance for you to comment. You can put some comments in here and participate. And there's a subscription button. You can also subscribe. And you can bang that Cash App. He got a little funny looking thing above the live that if you scan that, it'll take you to where you got to go. And on that note, man, have a beautiful year this year, man. And may nothing but blessings and prosperity flow your way, along with true wealth, which is the love of family, the love of God, and the love of, in good health. So that's all I will leave you guys with.
I appreciate you, brothers, and the same for you guys. Needless to say, it sucks that I gotta go, man. I kind of want to keep talking, but we'll see each other again. That's for damn sure. And everybody in the chat as well. Appreciate you all. And I appreciate you, gentlemen. All the best to you and your beautiful families. We'll see each other real soon. Thank you very much.
Peace out,
That
Iron.
was my brother Thomas Hill. You too, Oster. Oh, Thomas Hill, if you wanna drop the Casual Corners link, he's with another brother called Dan McQueen. They have a great channel called Casual's Corner. Abdul Rahim, everybody, go ahead and check it out.
Oh well, keep it open a little bit longer. Keep it open a little bit longer because I ain't got it queued up in this keyboard that I got. It's in my other keyboard, and it take a while for me to switch it.
Let me see if I can do that.
Or if you would you go to it and drop the link up in there?
For sure. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it'll be easier for you to do it. I'm on the phone, and it's a whole lot.
I want to make sure it's the right one because a few channels are called Casual. Yeah, there.
Yeah, it's the one with the red and yellow.
With the yellow, yeah, exactly. There it is, fellas. That's the link for Casual's Corner on YouTube. Take it from me, you will not regret it. Check it out. They are awesome. Thomas Hill and Ann McQueen, and you'll learn some strong boxing knowledge from these gentlemen. Okay.
I just subscribe.
There we go. See, get notified because I believe they do that like on the fly, right, T Hill? Or do you have?
Yeah, we do it on the fly because unfortunately, man, we a little helter skelter, and YouTube ain't in compliance with a lot of things that we do. They also censor us and strike us every now and again, but we find a way to get gutter and still go along. But in the end, it's all about the purity of the sport, bro. We really don't have any bias up in there. And when we get in there, we let our bias be whatever we see in that ring. And that's truly.
And I vouch for that. Everybody listening, everybody watching, I vouch for what he said. Like these, they will just look at boxing for what it is. They won't take any sides, bias. We all like who we like, obviously, but what we're saying is different, right? You get a genuine, objective analysis and perspective of the sport of boxing, bro. Like seriously.
That's a fact. But see, the camera, it has a different lens, and that lens tells us exactly what we should be leaning. It's like when you go get your eyes checked, man. When you flip them damn screens to see which one gives you the best view, that's what the film does for us, man. It goes by and lets us see what really transpired. And sometimes, I'll say this, man, and this is for the great John Wooden before we go, because I know you got to go. Never mistake activity for achievement, and sometimes effort often gets considered or confused with efficiency and efficacy, and sometimes it's just not the same, man. But on that note, man, appreciate you all, man. Much love to you guys in this new year, man. Nothing but miracles and blessings, Mike. And I'm out.
Bro. Always a pleasure. That was my brother Thomas Hill. Always a pleasure to have him in the chat. Also, my brother Oster 140. Always a pleasure to have him in the panel as well. God bless you, Tech Dumb Dad. Thank you for showing up. The same for Abdul Rahim, brother. Thank you for showing up as well. Thank you to everybody that pulled up. Mr. Champ Ross as well. I think I've seen you in other panels, in other chats, Champ Ross, so you're always welcome. And I subbed to your channel as well, by the way, and I made you a mod as well. Bruce Gas, Boxing Jazz, and more was in the house. What an honor. And Just Do Boxing in the house as well. What an honor as well. Great channel. Subscribe, everything. Yes, Abdul Rahim, exactly. More of that. Yeah, make sure you check out Casual's Corner, Abdul Rahim. I put on the link a little bit earlier in the chat. There are like 3 chats above yours. Make sure you check that out. You'll love it. I know it. So on that note, fellas, I'm going to end it with the Lord's Prayer, okay? In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Thank you, God, for everything. I wish nothing but the best and blessings to every single person here and in this world. I wish boxing would get better. I'm not holding my breath for that one, but nevertheless, thank you, God, for everything. And God bless every single one of you, my beautiful people. Until next time, this was your boy Irony Boxing. We shall see you soon. Peace